Hello everyone. Very good evening, good morning, good day to you, wherever you are. Welcome to another live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. It's been a long time. I can't believe we're back here streaming. So thank you so much for coming along. Today we're taking the A380X, or as you can see here, the A3XX, for a flight from Heathrow. A Christmas flight up to Rovaniemi. We've done this before around the Christmas time. I thought it'd be a nice way to get back into streaming, having been away for so long. A nice little Christmas route, and I felt like we had to acknowledge that it is almost Christmas. So yeah, it's been a long time. I'm so sorry for the lack of streams we've had, but I am excited to get back to it. So I couldn't wait to get the A380 out on stream. It was something we were all so excited for, and there's been so much news over the last 6 months. Our last stream was at the end of May. So it's ridiculous how much flight simulation's changed since then. But here we are. I wanted to come back. I was going to thinking of doing 2024, but I thought, no, we need to get the 380 out. And here it is in this fantastic livery by Paddy, which we'll talk about in a little bit in just a moment. But first of all, of course, thank you to all of you for coming along and joining us today. Jumping into the chat as is tradition, and I'm going to say hello. So Alex UK, thanks so much for coming along. Alex is ready and waiting. Mike L says first, thank you for joining us, Mike. CP565 piano learner, great to see you again. Thank you so much for coming along. We've got Raycan, Jungus Bros, Fly with Craig, Finland guy, Nameless Ghost, who's missed the song. Yeah, me too, actually. I haven't heard that since the last stream either. Tom Nichols is so kindly super chatted at £9.99, £10 there. Thank you, Tom. Very, very much appreciated. Tom says, I watched a lot of recordings of your streams during the early weeks with our baby daughter who was born in October. Thanks for making some long nights a little easier. Glad to be catching one live. Well, congratulations to you, Tom. That's absolutely fantastic news. So yeah, congratulations. What a moment in your life. So thank you so much for coming along. Thank you for the very kind super chat. And I'm glad the streams have been useful. I've been told often that they're quite good for relaxing or evening or falling asleep. So maybe they can help you or your daughter get to sleep. But congratulations again. Absolutely amazing. And thank you so much for that very, very kind super chat. Yeah, it's been a while. So there has been, we have hundreds of hours of content sitting on YouTube if you want to revisit old streams. But yeah, Chris Demango, thanks so much. Nick K, good to see you. Hayden has been a driving force of getting me back into streams. Every video I've uploaded since we stopped, Hayden has commented demanding a stream, and it finally got through to me enough. Mr. Banana, good to see you again. Mr. Banana says, good to see everyone, long time no see. Peter DR, great to see you as well. Mike L, Mike hasn't tried the 380 yet, so hopefully today you'll get a bit of a taste of it. Chris Patton says, greetings from across the pond. Good to see you back in the live stream. Thanks for coming, Chris, appreciate it. Tom Corwin, hello to you, been a while as well. Tom, Peter DR, Mike L, and yes Papa, thanks for coming along and moderating, really appreciate it, and thanks for your work on Discord, of course. Maiku, hello to you. And at all, it has been a while indeed. I'm sorry, I'm going to miss some names now because quite a lot of you have chatted since the stream came to life there. But thank you so much for joining us today. There you go. We've got one viewer. Belter is in the 380, approaching top of descent into Heathrow. Excellent. At all, yes, I am hoping to stream a bit more now than I have been. Yeah, so definitely. Thank you again to Tom for the very kind super chat. Checkpoint, good to see you, Checkpoint. It's been a while as well. The stream for dinner, excellent. That's how we've always done it. Always that time. Captain Wazza, thanks for coming along to moderate as well. And Lauren V, great to see you again. Lauren V says, excellent to hear your voice, Captain. Great to speak to you all, Lauren V. It's been far too long, and I'm really, really pleased to be able to chat with everyone again. Paddy, good to see you. Paddy made this fantastic livery. So thank you, Paddy, for coming on. Paddy's made so many excellent liveries over the years in Flight Simulator. It's, really, really great one, as ever. As I expected. Lucas, the best there ever was. Very kind. Good day, sir. It's been ages since I visited you, since the A320 streams. Yes, so thank you for coming on, Lucas. It's been a while since our last stream as well. Like I say, it's just over 6 months indeed. Towards season's greetings from EMBR. Excellent season's greetings to you as well. So, apologies again. I'm certain I missed people. Rexon says the only thing I wanted for Christmas was a 320 Sim Pilot live stream, and I got it the only day during the week I'm at home. Thanks. Yes, I'm sorry it's on a Monday and not at the weekend, but that's just where I ended up free, so I can only apologise for that. But I think it should be a good bit of fun, and I thought I'd try and do it as late as possible. We've also got a nice long flight today, so plenty of time to chat. But here we are, lovely A380. Now you'll see that it's not written A380, it's written as A3XX. And my computer is already struggling. There we go. This is a heavy performance on the frame rates, this airplane, but I'm using the 4K version for the stream. I normally use the 8K. There will be a bit of stuttering in the exterior. The interior, I'm hoping, will be not such an issue. And certainly once we get out of London, things will improve. It's just there's a lot of traffic and so on going on around here. But yes, Paddy kindly made this livery. Paddy made the A380 livery, A380-800 in this sort of old school Airbus format. This is the Airbus colours that we started the channel on. So my first videos were in the Tolis A321 and they were done in this livery. And that was my initial channel logo as well, or icon, was the tail with A321 when Tolis released it back in X-Plane 11. And yeah, this is obviously not the livery the A380 launched in. It came out in this sort of new blue livery. But the A3XX livery you see here was what was in a book that I had as a kid, and I think a few other people did, because when Paddy uploaded the A380 retro livery, a few comments had suggested that it would be good to see the A3XX one, as indeed I agreed, and here it is. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, this is how it was known to the world. This is how I knew it before it became the A380. We didn't know which code it would get. It would have made sense to give it the 350 code, but they didn't. They went straight for 380. So they obviously knew that they were going to fit it at the on the heavy side. And obviously we are here at Heathrow to fly to Rovaniemi. Call sign today, Santa 24 XMS. If you look that up, that's apparently a call sign that British Airways use to fly flights up to Lapland. So I thought it'd be pretty appropriate. And we're on this stand because I know the 380 can fit here, because when I went to Flight Simulator, on the view to choose your stand, I could see a 380 parked on this stand. So I thought we'd fit it in here. And we have another 380 colleague with us over there. Excellent. Now, we don't need to spend too much time going around the outside, I suppose, because we've already done a video on this A380 on the channel. Really, really nice. I mean, incredible work. For a free aircraft, it's super. It's up there in payware in terms of its level of detail and functionality, easily. And it would be good for payware. So it's more remarkable work by the fly-by-wire team. The performance is difficult at times, but it's manageable, I'd say. It does zap resources a little bit. But there we go. Lauren Reese said they had a huge model of it in this paint scheme at Mini Europe while I lived in Brussels. Oh, very good. I didn't know that. Yeah, I absolutely love this. Chick Point says, shame we don't have the man delivery on this bad boy. No, well, understandable. I mean, the channel hasn't been as doing as many live streams or house livery as we did in the past, so we haven't had as many house liveries going. Paddy has very kindly been updating the Phoenix liveries though, and brought out the 777 livery, so we will fly that 777 at some point as well. But there we go. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. I think Airbus, I would have had Airbus keep this livery, but there you go. Thank you so much. Rexon's kindly super chatted Danish kroner, 50 Danish kroner, very, very kind. Rexon says, been wondering this for some time, how do you find the significant reduction in actual piloting versus flight work time in long haul compared to short haul? That's definitely a big question, and we'll talk about that once we're underway. But it is a noticeable difference. There's I do as many hours now as I ever did on short haul, and you could argue sometimes I do more. I'm more likely these days to reach my maximum number of hours I'm allowed to fly in a month, and yet I do so much less actual flying in terms of approaches, in terms of turnarounds, taxiing, takeoffs, landings, and often I find it quite common for me to be at the limit of the amount of hours I can fly, whilst also not having enough landings in the month or the 3 months or whatever you need. So it's quite strange, and I'm sort of slowly getting used to that, but it's a very, very different sensation, certainly. So that's something we'll talk about. But thanks so much for the very kind super chat, Rexon. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very well. And yeah, remind me again in the cruise and we'll have a chat about it, because like I say, we've got about 3 hours for the block time to get up to Rovaniemi, so we should have plenty of time to talk about things. So let's jump into the flight deck. Colleague is already on the way next door. Right, you can tell what I was doing just before. So the airplane's cold and dark. Now the checklists for this, they don't have the inbuilt checklist, but we're going to go with the sort of normal Airbus flow, and then we can use the systems checklist, which are really good. Mango says, Manta went from commercial airline to a charter company. Yes, pretty much. The wing is a strange shape, beautiful. Yeah, the wing on the 380 is very advanced, and it might look slow, but it's very, very clever. There is a click spot that hides the cabin to improve performance. Aha! How do I do that? If anyone can find that click spot for me, I would appreciate it. I don't know where that is. That would be good. Paddy said, there seems to have been a few different ways Airbus initially depicted the A3XX at the time, but I like the optimism of 100 depictions and more plans for more variants. Yeah, absolutely. I think 100 is good. And 100 was how they started the A320 family, so it's nice to see it. Are the winds still disgusting for this trip? They were during the flight and see Santa Vaxim event at the weekend. Oh, I didn't realise there was a... Have I joined the party just that bit too late? As ever. Chris was right behind your seat in the glass cabin. Oof, it's really, really struggling. We'll have to keep looking around for it. We should find out about the winds. I'll have a look. I've got a flight plan loaded and the fuel, so we should make it anyway. AJ Kane, very kindly super £10. AJ Kane says, thanks for a new stream, always mega to watch. I revisited most of the back catalogue this year while writing my PhD thesis. Merry Christmas to you and the FO. Thanks so much, AJ Kane. Really, really appreciate it. Very, very kind. I hope your PhD has gone well. Yeah, fantastic. And yeah, the FO, she's not with me right now, but she is around somewhere, probably sleeping right now. The big glass box above the third pilot seat. Please work. That'd be so handy. Not finding it. Not finding it. Not finding it. That's one of the stickers behind the co-pilot's chair. Sorry, everyone. It would just be nice if I could get this to work because it is running worse than I had expected, which is a shame, and I'm concerned that it will eventually give up altogether. On the cabin back wall. This must be frustrating to watch. Aha! That might have done it. Yes, well done. Thanks so much. That's fantastic. Right, let's carry on. That might help us out. And then once we get to the ground, all should be good. So, yeah. Thanks so much, AJ Ken. Really appreciate it. And, yeah, I hope it didn't distract too much from your PhD, but I'm sure it didn't. And what we will say now is I'm going to get going with the setup, and then we'll chat a bit once we're in the cruise, because as ever I'm going to be very, very late. Our off-block time is in theory in 30 minutes, which would be enough to get an A320 going. A380 is famous for being a little bit difficult, a little bit slow to get going off the ground, but we're going to check that gear levers down, master selectors are off, wiper selectors are off, batteries checked, they're up here, and we're going to put them into auto. Battery 1, battery 2, essential, and APU. 4 batteries, sort of the theme of the A380. There's just more of everything. That's coming to life, and I'm going to put on 4 external powers, not just 1, not just 2. 787 only needs 2, although it can accept 3 if you want to do a ground power engine start or have the air conditioning running at full chat on the ground. But 4 for the 380, which makes sense. This is not the default 380, this is the fly-by-wire A380, Andre. Tomango says he remembers how to Airbus. Just about. You're going to see my brain working much harder than it ever used to fly an Airbus around. It's a shame, but it's just where life is at the moment. I'm slowly slipping into Boeing-isms all the time, but we shall see. So let the airplane come to life gradually. We've got our EFB over here, and I'm going to check that the flight plan, I just had to import it from SimBrief, which is pretty straightforward. There's our route if you want to follow it. We are the Santa, not Manta, Santa 24. Dara Demley, thanks so much for 20 euros super chat. Really, really kind. Dara says, miss your live streams, feel like an early Christmas present. That's so kind. Thank you, Dara. Very, very kind. Yeah, we had to acknowledge it was a bit of a festive season. So yeah, I wanted to get a stream up. So really, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for the generosity. Thanks for coming along. Very, very kind of you. So yeah, it's been a long time. It has been a long time. I'm going to struggle with the A380 because I made that video with it where I learn. When I make those videos of individual aircraft, I learn the aeroplane itself, and then, of course, the next thing I go and do is go back to flying the 787. So I rarely retain much knowledge of these aircraft unless which is, I suppose, a good thing, because it's better that I know the airplane I fly. But it does mean that sometimes when I come back a little while later, it can be like starting fresh. So do forgive me if that is the case. I did update the database. I've been quite good with that. I've even got Hoppy ACARS, but I don't know how to make that work. I've never managed so far. But yeah, let's get the airplane up and running. So turn on the power, turn on the external power, and we've got the speed brake levers are retract, flaps are up, parking brake is on. I think. Yes, parking brake is on. So yeah, I think we're in a good position. And next, we're going to go into the overhead flow. So we'll do crew supply. I'm going to leave all this alone, all that alone, and we'll align the IRSs. Love the detail, the paint missing on those. Now, on long-haul aircraft, they're quite... I mean, they're only turned on or off once a day. On short-haul airplanes, it could be, up to 3 times a day. But yeah, there we go. Checkpoint says, I am planning on going to Lapland again. Still need to get see that aurora. Sadly, work trip came in between. Otherwise, I would have gone start the chat. That's a shame. Yeah, the Northern Lights are amazing. They are great fun to see, and that's a treat of long haulers that you do get to see them a bit more often than you would any other way. SB 2008 says, I bet the hardest thing for you is no HUD. Flying with it must be so much nicer. The HUD is fantastic, largely unused for the cruise, I must say, but fantastic for the landing certainly, and the takeoff. Yeah, it's very nice, and any sort of visual flying out the window. Andrew said, I got myself the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke for Christmas, and now flying Airbuses in the sim is not as fun anymore. Yeah, the yoke is very good. It is very good. I do like it a lot. I do have Break to Vacate set up. Fatsboy UK indeed. So, that's running. Now we're coming back down here. Let's get our lights done. So, on the emergency lights, auto for the no mobile, seatbelt signs on, because I know the airplane is fueled already. We'll put the logo lights, no, they don't work. Nav lights on, strobe lights to auto. And that'll be that for there. Anti-ice all off. Engine start in norm. Cabin press all auto. And we don't need anything for the temperatures because we haven't got anything. We've got the APU plugged in. And as is the Airbus custom, we're just going to turn on all the pumps. You'll see how little fuel we're carrying. We've only got about 40 tons of fuel in, which is just ridiculous. This airplane takes hundreds of tons of fuel. And then we have our engine fire test. I'm not going to mess around with those. I don't want to break anything. Engine manual starts we're not using, and we'll leave the air conditioning in the standard position. All good. Right, and what's this? NSS dated avionics. We'll turn that on just in case it needs it. Good. Right. I'm going to set the QNH. Nice high pressure today in London. Look at that. And what else do we need? Flight directors. Well, I'm going to turn those on now. Oh, I need to see. My Mobi flight is not working. That's a shame. That is a shame. I don't know why. Let me try. Run. No, that's a shame. I had my mini FCU working earlier, and for some reason it has decided to stop working now. What could be doing that? I don't know. There we go. Got it working. Good. That'll make life easier. So I'll put 6,000 there, and that's about it. Clearance to come from my traffic. Moving down, not much to do over here. Landing lever is down. It's down on my hardware as well. Otherwise it pops straight up. We've got disarm on the auto brake. That's the RTO. I like this system. We'll talk about it as we go. Anti-skid is on. Systems all should be checked and set. Thrust levers are at idle. Reversers are stowed. Master switch is off. Good. I think we're in a good place. Good place to go airbusing. And there is obviously the most confusing radio panel I've ever used in a sim. That took me ages to get my head around. Right, let's get set up then on the FMS. If we can have that set up for half past, I think we'll be in a good shape. Right, Stomco, good to see you. Stomco says hello from Thailand, Captain. Always good to watch your live streams again. Thank you, Stomco. Thanks for coming along. It's been a long time. Great to see you here. Mike L says, I haven't gotten into Boeing yet. I want to, but I'll have to use the stick for it. But I would get the Boeing yoke, but I'm back in the Verpal yoke Kickstarter. So I'm kind of holding out for that. I didn't know there was a Verpal yoke going. Interesting. Flight Sim Galaxy, hello to you. Thanks for joining us. Right. Yeah, more questions. Save them for the cruise. And I will do my best to answer them because we should have good amounts of time. So anyway, yeah, this is a famously slow system to set up. So let's get going with it. We're in FMS 1. We can also... Does this work? No, it doesn't. So, interesting. I don't understand why I can't go to ATC Com, because that's where I would use my fancy new Hoppy A cards, but still it's not working. So I don't know how I'm supposed to get the agencies and so on through this system. But I'm going to go to FMS1 and we'll just get going from there. So let's do company request, and I'm hoping that will figure out the SimBrief flight plan we have. 11 Clark M, good to see you. Great to have another live stream from the Goat. Very kind. Thanks for coming along. And thank you again, Dara, for your very, very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. So hopefully that's loading in. Received company flight plan. Insert. There it is. Santa 24. Heathrow to Rovaniemi. Also an EFOU. Not actually sure where that is. Where's EFOU? Well, we'll check. I'm assuming you can take a 380. I don't know if SimBrief accounts for these things, actually. EFOU. Let's have a look. Oulu is... No, that's... Oh, yeah, no, it's an airport, yeah. Okay. What runway does it have? 2,500 meter runway. There's only one. Don't think it would be too popular if we went there, but yeah, anyway, we might be able to fit into it. So yeah, that is all good. So we've loaded in the company route. We've got an alternate. Cruising at flight level 410. 380 wing, we talked about it a second ago, is an amazing piece of design. Airbus is very proud of it, quite rightly. It's very, very efficient. It can go very high, very quickly, and it can go quite fast as well, which we'll see shortly. Also interesting to see that some of the hydraulic systems are powered up now, even though I haven't actually started the engines. That's because the A380 has incredible redundancy, as you'd expect for a long-haul aircraft of this size. So not only does it have the split controls that we used to see, but it's also got electric controls as well. So now I've turned everything on, that it does actually function a little bit. So yeah, straight up to 410, minus 56 up there. Cost next 96, so it's loaded all of that in. Trip wind, I will put that in because I'm not sure it's downloading correctly. Average wind 284.67. No. Oh, what? How does it want that typed in? That should be a good tailwind at least. So it's plus 16 overall. So it's actually not going to make much difference. No, it's different formats. Different formats to what I'm used to. I think we'll just have to leave that alone. We'll go to the IRS. It's aligning on the GPS position, so that's absolutely fine. 5128 and yeah, slightly west, so just left of the GMT. That's looking good. So we'll leave that alone. Let's go to departure. It knows we're going from Heathrow, obviously. What I'm going to do is grab the... So we've done our data, we've done our init A, so we're onto our flight plan now. Let me just grab the new ages at Heathrow. Information Oscar they're running with. I do have a pen and paper. I had to find my old pen and paper to be ready to do a stream again. It's been such a long time. I was just running around the house going, where's my notebook? 1550Z. They're using Information Oscar. 240 at 10. QNH of 1030. That's good. It does match the sim for once. That's great. Temperature is 11. And they're departing from 27 right. So we'll put runway 27 right. Fuji2, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. We are indeed on VATSIM, so if you want to fly along, the route is available on the Discord. Let me know if anyone needs the route in here. I could always pin it into the chat. So 27 right, please. And then we choose our departure. We're going out via Brookmans Park, I believe. Just double check that. It'd be embarrassing if we weren't. We are indeed Brookmans Park. And that's it. Then we go to our temporary flight plan, inserts, and there it is. Oof, the lag is it's doing its best. It's doing its best. Bear with it. It's your average wind component in SimBrief. Just write it as plus 16. Okay, let's give that a go. So that's our departure done. There we go. TL 16. Thank you very much. That takes me back to Airbus. Oh dear. All these little formats for the way you type stuff, whether you're typing in FL or F or S, you know, on Boeings you're typing in S and all sorts. It's amazing how quickly they drain from your mind once you stop using them. So yeah, flight plan then. Let's have a check through that. So that's our departure. I do have the charts available, which are over here, and I love the CFB. In fact, I'll go that far. Brookmans Park departure, and we are going to go from the Brookmans Park from 27 right. So we'll have a look at it here. Rob, thank you so much for the 35 star. Really, really very kind. Rob says, so happy to have you back on a live stream, Cap. You're very, very kind. Thank you so much for the super chat. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along today. Really, really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. So, and Philip, thanks for subscribing. So, 27 right, out there, 2 miles left, 050, then intercepts 070 from London to 10 miles from London, 6,000 feet, 6,000 feet, 6,000 feet, up to Britman's Park VOR, 6,000 feet. So has this got this? What am I doing wrong here? I'm completely confused, aren't I? That's the easterly runways. That's the wrong ones. We're going with these. Good. Good start. That's better. 27 right, straight ahead, 3 miles, then a right turn. This time up towards the Burnham NDB. 6 miles right turn up towards Chiltern, and then another right turn, 063 to Britman's Park. That looks better. And you can see it all displayed. I love the size of this screen. It's really, really nice to use. Yeah, turn on constraints, indeed. We'll have constraints. Don't need waypoints, don't need VORs. We could have an NDB if you fancied it. See the Burnham NDB, why not? We'll have the airport showing. And let's have terrain on this side and traffic. And these are to show you the needles if you want to display needles. So it's essentially exactly like an A320, but just a weird sort of format. There we go. That's the departure. And unlike the 787, we can scroll all the way through. There's our route. If I go to plan, I said by past we should be done with the FMS, so we've failed at that, but we will not be too far off it. There's our arrival. So what I'm going to do is put in an arrival now, just to give a slightly more accurate flight plan. EFRO. Does this give us an arrival weather? That'd be nice. EFRO. Wind speed 110 at 7. Temperature -13. Fantastic. Proper wind set. So wind direction of 110. So they're landing on the easterly. Just about. Pretty much crosswind. Do the RLS 21 Zulu, please. And we're coming in via Nemg. And we can always adjust that once we're on the way. If I scroll through, we should be able to check it is half decent. Looks good. Insert. There you go. I took a bit of extra fuel in case it was a longer route like that. So I'm worried about. Right, back to ARC. And now I can zoom all the way down and in, and we'll see Heathrow. Clong, thanks so much for this £2 super chat. Really appreciate it. Hey, Captain, your aircraft on the top is bugged. No, I know. It's showing up as atccom.ac model A380. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why. But yeah, it has not quite worked, unfortunately. So we have a slightly misleading title. But it is indeed an A380. So I figured as it got that right, I'll leave it there. Good. 45 off blocks time. We do need to close that door at some point. There we go. We're on stand. Look at that. It even shows you the stand. This is fantastic. Love this. Love this. Right. RMB says the conversion course from the A320 is only about a week or two long. Anyway, the differences are fairly minimal. They are indeed. They are indeed. And there you go. Hetz, we are in 564 is our current gate. A3XX is much cooler than A380, to be honest, says Stormcode. Yeah, I could agree with that. I could agree with that indeed. Right, so that is our flight plan. So secondary flight plan, I'm not going to bother with. And then we're on to finishing up in it B, which is effectively replaced by the fuel and load page on this. So we go fuel and load. Now we'll just check that we've got the weights in correctly. Get rid of the catering truck. Close that door, please. Fuel, I've gone with 44 tons. We required 40.6. Yep, so I've taken a bit extra. 3 tons in a 380 is probably nothing in terms of time. We'll have a look at that once we're underway. So, yeah, that's hopefully going to be enough. In fact, that will be absolutely nothing, will it? Let's have a look. What's the 380's fuel burn going to be? So, final reserve fuel is 4.3 tons. So, it's about an extra 15 minutes then. Not as bad as I thought. So, yeah, I'll take that. So, 44 tons, which is already loaded, I think, which I can check down here. Fuel on board, 44 tons. So, that's done. Payload, we're busy flight. 381 passengers, absolutely ridiculous. Gives us zero fuel of 339.1 tons. Madness. But that is what we have on board now. So 339.1. Let's do that. 339.1. Block fuel, we've got 44. And the zero fuel HCG is 35.2. 35.2. Taxi fuel 200. I don't think so. More likely we're going to burn a ton, it reckons. That's pretty good going. It's quite efficient on the ground, this thing. tons. Not bad at all. 391 cost next 96. Route reserves. There we go. That's all fine. With 6.5 for the alternate, which is higher than I think it should be, but yeah, might have a different flight level in there. Minimum fuel at destination 11.2. Perfect. So that's now done. I'm sure I've missed something on there. And next will be performance. So we're into the final stages here. Right. Have you ever seen your landing on Big Jet TV? I'm not going to answer that one. I won't answer that one. So what we're going to do now is the performance. Now this is a really cool feature that I have not used. SimBrief integration into the flight simulator. This is obviously available in 2024, I believe, as well as 2020. I haven't used it yet, but we can get our performance straight in the sim now, which is great. Vlad says, thanks for your tutorials. I used the RNAV one today and managed not to crash. Excellent. No, you're very welcome. So if I go to performance and tools, we can now have it in the sim, which is great for airplanes that don't have a built-in calculator. This is a really powerful thing that SimBrief and Navigraph have done. Fly-by-wire, EGLL, and I've already forgotten the runway. We said 27 right. Won't fiddle with that. Okay, weight. What's our gross weight? It's 383 tons. Optimum setting, toga, anti-ice. That's the correct weather. Nice and dry out there. Really cool that. Really cool that it downloads it in. We can use a flex temperature, approved climb, calculate. Speeds increase. So what they do is if you have extra runway, you can actually allow higher takeoff speeds, for example, especially with your V2, and that will allow you to carry extra weight because the performance of the airplane will be better if the engine fails because it spent more time on the ground. It only works if you've got extra runway to do it, but there we go. So runway 27 right, no takeoff shift. We're going with a flex takeoff, I assume. Yeah, flex of 66. V1, 142. This is great. This is so much easier than doing it any other way. VR, 146. And V2, 151. Although the 787 has, I'd say, the easiest way, which is it does it, you do in the computer, calculates it and sends it across. Anti-ice off, packs on, thrust reduction and acceleration at 1500 feet, transition altitude 6000 feet for leaving the UK. That's all good. Right, THS4, I need to type in the number up here. So it's currently set to 42.7. I need to type in 36. That is calculated once the airplane is loaded up. So 36 goes in there. You've got to wait till the airplane's fully loaded. Good. So that is the trip complete, and we get some numbers here which shows you, I like this feature, shows you the stop margin and so on. Latest reject from 7,300 feet. Excellent. You don't actually usually see that when you calculate in real life. You don't need it. All we need to know is V1. You can stop before, you can't stop after, and rotate. Good. Chelsea FC, thanks so much for the £5 super chat. Really appreciate it. Chelsea FC says, thank you so much for all of your videos and tutorials. Your videos have made me believe that one day I may pursue a career as a pilot. You know, there's more than a handful now of people who've messaged me who have watched the channel when they were interested in becoming a pilot and now are pilots. So it is very, very possible. So yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, Chelsea FC. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And yeah, there's no reason not to believe it. What have I done wrong? Check your EFB. What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? I've missed something. Four Prawns, I need to thank you. Four Prawns has been very kindly supporting the channel even when there hasn't been live streams. So thank you, Four Prawns, for those. I do read all the messages you've sent. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed for supporting us so much over the last few months. Very, very, very kind indeed. Right. For the gross weight, check CG, check the EFB, check the wavy arrow thingy. So that's what I thought initially. Where am I going? Here. So this is 35.17. This is the zero fuel weight CG, which we've already told the airplane in the init page, was it? No, fuel and load. And I told it up here, 35.2. This is my understanding of it, is that this is the calculated CG with the fuel on board, which is why we set the 36 into here for the takeoff performance, because that's what the CG will be at takeoff. So that's effectively the gross weight CG. 4 points. Just keeps you in snacks. Thank you very much. I have a mince pie on the way. I'm looking forward to that if I can get in the air before it. So anyone else, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. Someone was asking about anti-ice performance. Why did what's the difference with anti-ice performance? What it would be is the assumed temperature that the engine can take. When you run anti-ice, the engines can't run. Some of the engine power is drained off and used to heat them for the anti-ice. So what that means is you have a slightly reduced top temperature. So you have to use the anti-ice. The maximum thrust from the engines will change. So it may mean you'll change your assumed temperature to make sure you're getting the same amount of thrust. Because if you take off with the anti-ice on at this assumed temperature, then you might have less thrust than you thought. So there you go. Something like that. Right. That's performance. So diff strip is complete. That's done. 10 minutes later than I said. We're supposed to be pushing back in 5. So I think we'll be on target here to push back around about on schedule for us anyway. So that's all done. That's good. Let's get the APU up and running. Let's get all the doors disconnected. Does the APU page show up down here? It does automatically. Love that. APU has 2 generators as well. Love it. Right. We've got our 6,000 feet. Probably time to chat to ground and find out that everything I've said is wrong because they've changed the runway or something like that. It is still saying 27. Right for departure. Information Papa now. QNH 1030. Please forgive me. Like I was saying earlier, although I reach my maximum hours, I spend a lot of my time sitting over very remote parts of the world. Oh, my computer's run out of memory, so stand by. Let me just try and save things here. Oh, that'd be a shame. A380 is indeed heavy on the performance. It'd be better when we're going, better when we're underway. Stormcrow says, didn't we usually push back an hour after stream started? Anyway, indeed, that's why I think that this will be fine. I think we could even be a little bit early, although that's too optimistic to say. Right. I think you can still see me. I think the stream's still running. So, good. So, yes, it's time to speak to air traffic control. And like I say, do please forgive me for... Let me just close some programs in a desperate attempt to make sure we have enough space. Ground 121.705. Because I spend a lot of my time now, 121.705, sitting over some of the most remote parts of the planet, talking to no one because you often can't, or you're using HF, or you're talking through CPDLC. So it is not uncommon for me to spend a period of 6 hours barely making any radio calls at all. So let's see how we can do. Next frequency will be Tower 118505.
546, correct.
So I'm not going to be up to the standard I once was. It's my excuse anyway. Excuses are all coming. Just make sure you don't close flight simulator. Indeed, yes, that would be a bad start.
Bravo, hold tight.
So ground's closed. We'll go. Sorry, delivery's closed. So we'll go for ground.
518, ready for push and start.
Shuttle 1 Juliet,
Ground sounds surprisingly busy actually.
Face north, push and start, approved.
Oh, why isn't that door closed?
Speedbird 708 Tango, contact the tower 118.505. Merry Christmas, if that's not too early.
APU on.
Speedbird 708 Tango, thanks. Merry Christmas.
Go to external power.
5 Foxtrot Charlie, ready for taxi.
Speedbird 5 Foxtrot Charlie, taxi Alpha, hold Pluto.
Taxi
I
Alpha
want
to
that
hold
door
Pluto,
to close.
Speedbird 5 Foxtrot Charlie.
Please close.
Ground Skyway 281.
I've had trouble with this before in this airplane.
Skyway 281, Heathrow ground.
Just that door. What really wants to stay open?
To direct.
Push north, top started, is correct. Skyway 281.
Cody says a radio license is still required for pilot in command of ultra long haul
Speedbird 5 Charlie Romeo, taxi Alpha.
remote flights. If so, what kind of requirements do pilots need to keep them different from normal radio comms? No, it's the same radio license. You have a radio license. It's valid around the world because the standard that you do your initial license to is considered good enough for anywhere. But yeah. Right, let's talk to air traffic. Let's get this out of the way. Oh, no, dropping things. Sorry. So, we are Santa 24, Santa 24, Santa 24. And I need to select transmit. There we go. VHF 1, 11705, which is ground. And we are on 564. Heathrow, ground, good evening, Santa 24, Super A380 on 564, QNH 1030 with Papa request clearance Rovaniemi.
Santa 24, Heathrow ground, good evening, clear to Rovaniemi, Brooklands Park 7 Foxtrot departure, squawk 4246.
Clear to Rovaniemi, Brooklands Park 7 Foxtrot, squawk 4246, Santa 24.
Santa 24, correct.
Good, success. Check our flight plan. Does it say Brooklands Park 7 Foxtrot? There it is. Oh, such an easy flight airplane to use this. Good. Flaps, did they just move with the... Yeah, thank you. Good spot. That was from button next to the transmit.
Facing north from stand 244.
No, they're not the same binding. I nudged F8. Sorry about that. Good. So we have our clearance. Put in the transponder code. This is always a treat. It took me so long to find this. So long to find this page when I first flew this. 4246. There it is. And sticking into auto for now.
Before flight Quebec, Heathrow ground, good evening, cleared to Amsterdam, Brooklands Park.
Just because I'll forget later.
Departure, squawk 03.
So time for the checklist, I think. And we can do those in here. Checklists. Copy preparation. A little tick. Now this can be a bit disorientating, so I'll try. I don't know if you can see all that. Gear pins and covers are removed. Fuel quantity, we have 40 tons. Barrel ref is on 1030. Checklist is complete. Next is the before start checklist. So we'll do that when we are actually ready to go.
I didn't catch the call sign. What's the call sign,
So I think that's us now. Trying to think, what does an Airbus do at this point? And a Boeing would pressurise. So we've got the APU on, we've got the APU bleed, we've got the fuel pumps, we've got power. So we're ready for engine start in that sense. We've loaded up the FMS. Let's just check through our performance. So 142, 151, climb nav, 152, stopping at 6,000 feet. And yeah, you can also scroll around on this map and we'd be able to see the takeoff.
Clear to
That's 09, facing this way. There it is, 27 right, and there's the green triangle. That's where the performance is from. Really good system that, so that even as you're taxiing out, you know you've got the right runway. I like that a lot. Right, let's center it back on the airplane, please. I absolutely love this map. This is a great piece of design. I think we're just going to get push and start. Santa 24 request push and start 564.
Santa 24, push and start approved, face north from stand 564.
Push out approved facing north, Santa 24. Push out approved facing north. We're currently facing west, so it's going to be nose going to the right, which makes sense. So thrust levers are definitely closed. Put the beacon on. Transponder I've already done. That's us ready to go, except for this door. Please close.
Kilo, right to Bravo, hold Titan.
Please close. I'd really appreciate it, door. Catering truck goes there.
Speedbird 5 Foxtrot Charlie, contact tower 118.505.
I was hoping that catering truck would convince it otherwise.
Tower now 118.505, Speedbird 5 Foxtrot Charlie. Merry Christmas, have a good one. See ya. Yeah.
Oh, please, 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 please don't do this to me. Ah, there we go. Yes! fantastic.
Speedbird 5 at Charlie, Romeo, contact tower 118.505. Merry Christmas.
118.505, Speedbird 5 Charlie. Thank
Tag,
you.
let's go before we get in trouble. Thanks. EGNT's photo says you can close it from the cabin, but you need to turn the cabin back on. Goodness me. Full Prawn says this must be the first time the whole of chat can fit in the cabin. Yeah. How many have we got? 384 of you. Goodness me. Thank you all so much for coming along. I think we could... We'll just say that this is... as this is the demonstrator 380, this is the max density. I think they had one up to 550 in some of the plans if you wanted all economy. I don't think anyone bought one like that, but... so we can easily fit you all. In fact, some of you can have a business class seat. I'll allow a business class cabin just for a little bit. I think up here would be nice and quiet. So we're going to face north, so tail to the left, nose to the right. And next is the before start checklist, so let's do that. Tick. Parking brake, we're going to release that. That's currently set. Takeoff speeds, we've got set on both sides. Checklist complete. Okay, let's go. Brake released.
Taxi Alpha
Backwards.
for Channel 14 Juliet.
I can't believe it. 5 minutes late. Not bad. Dougal McTavish, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming along and for moderating. Dougal says only 135 likes. Yeah, if you do or are enjoying the stream, do please leave a like. It makes a huge difference to the channel. We all, as ever, really, really appreciate it. What a fantastic beast to be taking into the sky. I think we can get rid of Simbrief now. Oof, that's a big stutter there. What's going on?
Skyways 281, come to the tower 118.505.
Thank you. I can see the lights rolling in. That's really, really appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yes, Skyways 281.
It is a huge machine. I love the wingspan of the 380. I think it just looks amazing. Amazing piece of design. So don't forget, this airplane does go as high and fast as a 787, even though it looks a lot slower. And it can do that pretty quickly as well. The 777 is one of the more limited aircraft at the moment, just because of its older style wing. Yeah, the 380 and 78 can go up higher than it, a bit quicker, really. Very slow pushback, but I don't mind. I don't mind. Let's get it right. Because we have to start. I'm going to have to start turning it soon. Want the nose to go right. Well, let's get the engine started. We can start 2 at once. I'm going to start engine 3 and 4. Ignition start. 3 and 4. Just check I have actually turned all the things on. Why have we got systems page up? We don't want that. There we go. Yep, things are spinning. Frame rate has deteriorated to an all new level.
Vistara 2122 requesting pushback and start.
Let's see if this turn works.
Vistara 212.
When you set the engine master switches, what do the white boxes mean? I think it just means the engine that's being started, as far as I can tell.
Vistara 2122.
I noticed it's got thrust and then N1, so this must be a Trent airplane or a Rolls-Royce airplane. Couldn't just have N1 at the top, like pilots like.
Hotel Golf Heathrow ground. Hello, taxi Alpha to stand 5.
Wow, Mark says, my ex flew back from Barbados last night on a brand new 787 and got bumped up to first class. Well, that's lovely. That's a very nice way to fly around, certainly. That's about as sharp as we're going to get the turn. Fortunately, it is quite manoeuvrable.
Squawking 0340.
Star 2122, thank you very much.
Look at that, Jet Airways, you don't see those anymore.
Pushing on your right hand.
Is the max altitude for climb limited by weight? I was on a 16-hour 777 flight and they were at 290 for about 3 hours and slowly set to 37. Indeed, exactly that. It is entirely dictated by the weight at the start. Well, you could argue it's also dictated by temperature. Okay, stop there.
American
Set the parking brake.
Hello to you, cleared to LAX as the Umlauts 1 Foxtrot
And
departure,
disconnect the tug.
504.
Those engines are up and running. We'll start engine 1 and 2.
135, correct.
Yeah, so the heavier you are, then the lower that initial cruise altitude can be. And it's made worse by things like higher temperatures and so on. So if you're near the equator, where were you flying back from? I was on a 16-hour 777 flight. Yeah, well, that's a very long flight for the 777, and that older style wing would indeed mean that they would end up sitting lower. And I've often overtaken 777s that have taken off from the same place as me in the 787 because we just have the wings just more modern and it can go a bit higher, a bit faster. Especially a 16-hour flight. I mean, that any aeroplane would be limited. And don't get me wrong, the 787 is still limited at the start of a flight, but it just tends to be able to go a little bit higher. It is a lighter aeroplane. You can do almost 90 degree turns. Ah, yes, because what I should have done, of course, apologies, is change the angle and the thing. But there we go. This will do. There we go. All our flight controls are now up and running. That's good. Now, can you guys hear the aeroplane at all? Let me know if you're struggling. And I can adjust the audio. Good, engines are started. There's our flight control page. So I'm going to put that back to norm. Don't need the APU bleed. Don't need the APU. Good, don't need the anti-ice. Arm ground spoilers. Reset. Flaps 1 for takeoff.
Preset approved, facing north and beware of the...
And we need to set that trim. So now we're going to match up our 36. Now I actually think this is... I've been having trouble where this airplane has been rotating a little bit early on me, so we'll see if that happens again today. I can't, but I'm not using any headphone system. I go, okay, I might up the sim volume a bit. I just don't know if the air traffic is going to become too loud if I do that. So I'm going to go... You want it to be exact, really. It should be there. I might go just a little bit on the nose down side. I'll see if the checklist complains. It might complain to me for that. Set the trim to -1%. Yeah, I think I will. I think that's a good idea. Aircraft audio might be a little louder. Right, let's give it a go. Turn that up. And I'm going to just have to fiddle with that sim because that is too loud. I have eternal trouble with this. Let's see if that works. Okay. Right, time for the after start checklists. Checklists. After starts.
Shuttle 14 Juliet, contact the tower 118.5.
Anti-ice not required. Pitch trim.
18505 for the tower. Thank you. 14 Juliet, Merry Christmas and Hanukkah. See ya.
See ya.
Well, I think we did everything there. We got the speed brake arm, got the flaps.
24 Mike Charlie, stand.
I think we're in a good position.
Request push and start.
I'm going to put this to the performance.
232 push and start approved. Face north.
I'm going to put the FO to flight plan.
Push start approved. Face north. JMC.
Got the map. There's a JMC out there. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Center 24. Center 24 request taxi.
Center 24 taxi. Delta first right Bravo. Hold Titan.
Delta Bravo and hold at Titan. Santa 24. Delta. First right. Bravo. 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 Does this have holding points on it? It's got links. Oh, I'm not sure it does. I'm not sure it's got those strange Heathrow intermediate points. So we will check that once we're up on Bravo. I'm pretty confident it's further along there though. Is there a way just to recenter the airplane? That would be good. Anyway, let's get going. An hour in. We're starting to taxi. Not the worst we've ever done. Right, lights on. Brakes released. No traffic around. Let's go. It does have steerable gear at the back here, so it does make it pretty manoeuvrable. And it's so light today. Just wants to get going. Look at that. So we should have no trouble. There you go. You can see it steering. That's cool. After you burn some fuel, are you going to request higher flight level than the initial 410? Can it go higher? I don't know.
The A380 taxis away.
I think it could. I wouldn't be surprised if it could go a bit higher. That's a good question. We'll look for that once we're underway and decide if we want to go higher. I know I'm going to keep mentioning the 787 and you don't want to hear about it perhaps because I know we're more an Airbus channel, but the 787, the shorter ones can go up to 430, which is very high indeed. If you think about it, an airplane cruising at 340 is 9,000 feet below you, and 340 in the Airbus is a pretty standard cruising level, so it's a long way down. There's a big difference. Did you forget taxi checklist? I'll do the taxi checklist while we're taxiing. It would normally be done by the other pilot. So that's going to include setting the brakes to RTO, and we'll do the flight control checks. And as ever, fly-by-wire have of course got it right, which means that they all work down here. And what I love about this screen is you can actually see the electric backup motors. So they're all hydraulically and electrically fed. Not all of them, sorry, but you could control the airplane both hydraulically and electronically. Right, we've got first right here on Bravo. A few questions about Beyond ATC. Apparently it's been improved recently, so I don't know. I haven't tried it for a while, so yeah, we may well have a look at that. Could do a flight with that, couldn't we? Why not? I did try a flight. If you watch my newest video in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, look at that. Any thrust at all, and it just drives away. I did do a flight in the Beluga on my channel. If you're interested in learning how to fly the Beluga XL in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, but it I was using the in-game ATC, and it was okay. It sort of gave an idea, but it couldn't do anything fancy at the other end. It was not as impressive, of course, as Beyond ATC's ATC. Is the new 777F any good? I'm afraid I have not used the 777F. I think the 777-300 is fantastic, so I would assume yes, is all I can say. I don't see why it wouldn't be. By the way, this is great. We get to use the A380 taxi charts, which are the easiest charts because they are just highlighted in green what you're allowed to do. So this controller has sent us on Bravo, which is really lucky because we started here, now we're up on Bravo, and along here you notice you can't actually use Alpha. So you've got to stay on Bravo. 380s have to stay on Bravo. Goodness knows why. Maybe you'd be infringing these holding points too much, or the runway, with the massive wingspan. But yeah, so Bravo, what I was looking for was Titan. Titan's all the way down there. There it is. So that's where we're headed. Better get moving before we get in trouble from air traffic control.
Speedbird 55 Quebec, where's taxi?
Speedbird 45 Quebec, taxi Alpha, hold Pluto.
It's a nice day now. Weather's improved a lot here.
Taxi Alpha, hold Pluto.
Now, I'm using real-time weather, but of course I've set it to be the morning, just to get some hope of daylight when we land. I don't like landing in pitch black. Try not to drive us into the grass. You can see the 380, it is certainly got to be one of the more challenging aircraft to taxi. It does have cameras, the real one, and you would certainly need them because it's just so big. I saw on the loading screen that the main gear is rated up to 280 tons. So each main gear of these 8
This is 2122 requesting taxi.
six-wheel trucks, 280 tons.
Delta, right
For context, the 787 at max takeoff weight is less than that. So one of these gear could carry the whole 787 at max takeoff weight. And of course the 320 take off at 70 tons. You know, the numbers scale up so dramatically. So there's traffic injection with Beyond ATC. Right. I don't actually have Beyond ATC on this computer. I only have it on my laptop. So that's something I need to try out on there. I'm in two minds as to whether I need to build a new computer for 2024 or not. Because this computer's getting... It's done well. It's worked continuously for 4 years with a lot of long sessions of rendering and streaming. I mean, we've done 12-hour flights before. There you go. The trim tab in the horizontal tab can take as much fuel as an A320. Yes, and I understand that although the wingspan across the tail is less than 320, but the lift area is the same as the 320, which is madness.
Right, Bravo, hold Titan, JMC 24 Mike Charlie.
Wow, that is interesting. I suppose that airplane's not in its lines. You wouldn't have a heavy there. It'd be pretty close. I love that there's JMC out there as well. That's great. So once we're on this next straight bit, we'll run that taxi checklist. We've done a brief. I think we'll be good to go for our takeoff. We're taking it nice and slow, 12 knots. But to be fair, the 380 is pretty light right now. I think it would be okay. But if this was wet or you're at an actual long-haul takeoff weight, like you were going to fly this anywhere near its maximum range, then you've got to be very careful because that nose gear is pretty small. You've only got 2 tyres at the front there to take all the strain of the whole thing. Look at those wings.
Left, not after 560.
Awesome.
Center 24, you'll be giving way to a JMC A320 from your right-hand side on Kilo.
Give way to the JMC A320 at Kilo, Santa 24. At Kilo.
Heathrow ground, good evening.
It's Kilo. It's there. So there it is. Look at that. It's even in the right livery. Love it. Very, very happy with that. For those of you new to the channel, we've flown the JMC. It's one of our favourite all-time liveries. Air Tours, these retro UK 90s charter liveries. Love that. You should get the indie build scenery, says Roy. Yeah, I worry about performance. I have to do everything to save performance on this computer for streaming. That's glorious, though. Well, we've given weight. They're moving out the way.
Just to confirm, what was the holding point for Vista 212?
So let's go to checklist, taxi checklists, flap settings, config, 1.
Holding point Titan
Both.
for Vista 2122.
Radar. Don't need it. The weather's fine. But I could turn it on.
JMC 24 Mike Charlie, contact the tower 118.505.
With the radar.
Tower 118.505, JMC 24 Mike Charlie, Merry Christmas, see ya.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not functioning right now. Or maybe it's
Santa 24, contact the tower 118.505. Merry Christmas.
118.505, Santa 24. Merry Christmas, thank you.
Bye.
Great sounds on this airplane as well. Really great sounds.
Speedbird 45 Quebec, contact tower 118.505. Bye bye.
Right, 118.505. So at the moment I've got about 4 things to do. This is exactly what happens when you try and do everything on your own. So let's like write down. I'm going to bring it basically to a scroll.
Continue taxi 5 Bravo.
Let's turn on the weather radar, which is down here, I think. That's TCAS, yes. Yeah, I don't think it's functioning right now, so we'll leave that alone. Solves that one. And we need to change over to 118.505. Plonk. There we go. The parked cars especially are murdered on the frames, as is the big blue parking deck at any DTW in general, even with cars disabled. Yeah. Weather radar can't be turned on. Okay, thank you. Larry Halley, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. All is well. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for continuing to support the channel. Mark H says, Boris Audio Works is a genius. Yes, Boris Audio Works has done some of the absolute pinnacle of sound effects. We know that, yeah. So Boris did this, which makes sense, because you can hear the even the hydraulic pumps on the flaps running. It's absolutely brilliant. Radar.
Seabed 55 Quebec.
Take a config.
Alpha going to Pluto.
Checklist complete.
245 Quebec, Roger.
Let's take a config. Next is a lineup checklist.
JMC A320 from the right side. Then follow.
Now this is going to be tricky because we've got to be on Bravo and then we have to do this right, left. It's hard to believe that's possible for a 380 to do, but there it is.
Seabed 55 Quebec.
It's going to get us to Titan. There's a BCAL. Fantastic.
JMC 24 Mike Charlie, will you be ready on reaching?
A-firm, JMC 24 Mike Charlie.
JMC 24 Mike Charlie, Roger, 27 right, clear takeoff, servicing 230 degrees, 10 knots.
Cliff takeoff 27 right, JMC 24 Mike Charlie.
JMC's on the way. Will be quicker than the 320 though. If I'm assuming that JMC is flying to Rovaniemi. No guarantees. Ben says hello, new here, love the channel. Thanks very much, Ben, really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, there's been quite a lot of new subscribers since we last streamed, so welcome if any of you are joining us today for the first time. We're going to hold here at Titan, which is right here. But yeah, we've passed 90,000 subscribers, which is quite amazing. So thank you all so much for that support and for subscribing if you join the channel. Once we're on the way, we'll try and confirm where everyone's going. So that's a Speedbird, not a Caledonian. And we're going to stop just here. I think we'll just sit at this angle. I don't want to go over the line. And we'll contact tower.
122 on taxiway Bravo.
And we are ready to go.
Hello, Roger. Continue to Titan. When you get to Titan, turn left on Alpha, hold at Alpha 3 behind British Airways A380.
This is the Star 78. Love the liveries are working.
Continue to Titan, right turn on Alpha behind the A380, Vista 2122.
Tower, good evening. Santa 24, super at Titan.
Santa 24, hello, turn left on Alpha, hold Alpha 3.
So left on Alpha, hold Alpha 3, Santa 24. Left on Alpha, Alpha 3, Alpha 3. Brakes released.
Santa 24 behind departing British Airways A320 ahead of you at Alpha 3, line from weight 27 right behind.
Behind departing British Airways A320 at Alpha 3, line up and wait behind Santa 24. There it is.
Spirit 8 Delta Sierra, ILS 27 left 10D.
Spirit 8 Delta Sierra, hello, 27 left clear land.
I'm sorry if you're getting stuttering. I think it would improve once we're underway. The frame dropping is just, it's either my internet or it's a function of the abuse I'm putting my computer through. This is the heaviest airplane to run in Flight Simulator at the moment, and I'm loading it into London. I think it would be better at Rovaniemi. That's why I wanted to fly that way around. I thought it'd be better to head somewhere quiet. I can hear the first officer out in the hallway yelling. So I don't know. I might have to let her in a minute. Anyway, we're clear to line up behind that British Airways. I know it's a beak out, but that's good enough. Lights on. Strobe on.
Santa 24, there may be an intersection departure ahead if I can get him away.
Roger, Santa 24. That's fine with us. We can run our checklist then. I'll do that once we're in a straight line because it does make a mess of the sim otherwise. It locks and controls. Alex UK, thank you so much, Alex, for the £20 super chat. Really, really kind. That's very, very generous. Alex says, oops, almost forgot my sub to 320 Simcat. Yeah. Thank you so much, Alex. Really, really, very kind. Thanks for supporting the channel. And that is indeed very generous of you. I'll try and get the first officer to say hello. I know it's been a long time.
Mike Charlie, switch to Unicom 122.
So let's run through the lineup checklist.
GMC 24 Mike Charlie.
Take off runway 27 right. We've got the green arrow. That's good. Cabin check, they're ready. Packs are staying on. Checklist complete.
45 Quebec, 27 right, clear for takeoff. Service in 230 degrees, 10 knots.
I don't want to clip them with our wing, so we'll just take it easy here. Look at the size difference. But yeah, thanks so much, Alex. Really, really, really appreciate it.
2122 holding Alpha 3.
Star 2122, you're a little short of that. You can continue around the sort of half corner behind where the A380 is now.
There we go.
Okay, hold point short identified the Star 2122. My bad.
Awesome. I can't believe we're doing this in a 380 of such good quality. What an age of flight simulation. Now, it's not the... I don't know if the 380 is the longest plane. I think the 777-300 is a bit longer. So I may have overcooked that turn.
Behind that
oh no, we'll get away with it.
Line from weight 27 right behind.
Line up and wait behind the departing A380.
So, checklist is done. We're all ready for
2122.
takeoff. We're lined up. Flaps, flex, fuel. Flaps are shown down here, which is actually quite a good place to put them because they're just as important as anything else. So I quite like that. One of the few airplanes I've seen that design on. You can even see that the speed brakes are deployed as well. And then we'll put it onto a normal sort of range. Good. We're going to go into nav when we go. And a free plane nonetheless. Indeed. Absolutely brilliant.
345 Quebec, switch to Unicom 1228.
128, 345 Quebec.
32 Tower, very good evening. Skipper 692 Victor on Alpha approaching people.
692 Victor, are you fully ready now?
Negative 692 Victor, we will need like 2 minutes.
Okay, then you'll have 8 minutes, so do not rush. Break, Santa 24, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff. Service in 230 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear for takeoff. 27 right, Santa 24. Thank you.
Speedbird 692 Victor.
Right,
Via
half side
Alpha,
stick.
Link 21, link
Our colleague over there has not quite made it in time, so we get to go ahead, which is great. Let the engine stabilise.
Link to 1, link to 3, and hold at Alpha 1, Skipper 692 Victor.
2 clicks forward. Away we go. Oh, detent's not quite working there. There it is. And flex 66 SRS runway. Order thrust is blue and armed. 80 to 100, stick to neutral. Now this is unusually light for 380, so we're going to get off the ground very, very quickly. It's trying to rotate early still. There, so we'll just hold that there. V1, rotates. Oh, that PFD is really lagging. Positive climb. Gear up. Positive climb, not rate in the 380. And we're going to have a real rocket up into the sky here because, of course, again, this airplane is designed to take off much heavier than this. We are, of course, derated, but look at that. You'll never see 380 do this out of London. They usually crawl by this this terminal here. Although 787, of course, even lower.
Santa 24, no further ATC, 60 Unicom 1228, goodbye.
Unicom 1228, Santa 24, thanks for your help, mate. Alright. Got to calibrate those detents better. Thrust climb, auto thrusts. We're above the airspeed. Flaps 1.
Speed Delta 8 Delta Sierra, welcome
Up they
home.
come.
Make the second left on Bravo, hold short of Delta.
Beautiful detail.
Speed 8 Delta Sierra. Speed 8 Delta Sierra, contact
Make the
ground
right turn.
1705.
Absolutely love the way they've coded these ailerons as well to wobble around. It's just what the real ones do, which is just such a crazy effect. I don't know what the decision making behind that was at Airbus, but that's what they do. Autopilots. We've got a master caution there, so we'll deal with that in just a moment. And we'll disarm the ground spoilers. Flaps are at 0. Let's go to Unicom. And look at that rate of climb. Speed up star already at 6,000. No trouble at all. Huge performance. Like I say, long haul aircraft. No trouble flying around at these weights. Right. TCAS standby. It's complaining because, again, I said this before. I find this is much more confusing than just having it on the normal panel. I put it to auto, so I thought it would just work. But there we go. TARA. And that will clear that message. 6,000 feet now. Beautiful flight deck. Yes, we are indeed underway. So, next level restriction. Well, they're all above, so we can just go straight up now. If you have joined us for the takeoff and you did enjoy, do please leave a like. It makes a big difference to the channel. And we're now underway, and we're going to go straight up to our cruise level 410. Now, if I go to FS1, we should be able to tell whether that's sensible. Oh yeah, 410 straight away. I wonder where's their progress page? Position. Don't need the secondary data. Nope. Perf? Aha, there we go. Climb. So if I go to cruise, optimum flight level, recommended max 430. I think 430 is available in the 380. I'm guessing that's the upper limit. So 410, back into managed climb. I should be using my FCU for that. Speed out constraint. Aha. It's trying to maintain 60 at Chiltern, which thankfully, being an Airbus, it tells me. I'm going to override that because we are in Unicom, so we can go straight up. Thrust climb, open climb. We're going to set standards. Standards is set. Let me just get the first officer. Now the first officer is doing a lot of complaining, but she might come and join us. So thrust climb, open climb, 410. We're on 1228. I think we're in a good place. We've got the first officer now, but she usually goes completely silent at this point. You gonna say anything? Hello? There we go. We got a tiny hello. Slightly annoyed. First officer Ben is my cat. So yeah, it's she's been a long-term contributor to the channel ever since it started. There's 10,000 feet. Let's take off the lights we don't want. Don't need the wing lights. Don't need the nose lights. We'll just go with the beacon and the strobe. Yeah, she's continuing to complain just for the sake of it. Indeed, there's talk here I can see about the conditional lineup clearance. So we were given a lineup clearance there behind the aircraft, lineup and weight behind. And I was reading it back, and you might have heard me pause because I couldn't quite tell if I'd said behind right in the right place. It's never that easy to say, but it's done for a good reason, as you can imagine, which is you must be behind the airplane, not in front, or not now, because normal clearances don't have that condition to them. It's just line up and wait. So you would just do it straight away, whereas line up behind, makes sense. Thank you again, Alex, for that very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. And thank you indeed for those watching for the likes. And I really appreciate all the new viewers joining us. Any likes, of course, like I say, big difference to the channel. Good. So 410 on the way, and that's it. Taking loads of people. These flights do get very full. And in a moment we'll check out that map and see, but I reckon we're going to be above and faster than those 320s in no time. I love this livery. Glorious work, buddy. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 indeed.
Go ahead.
What else do we need to do?
I'm going to be a paper to try and speed up because we're a bit late on the
Checklist. Next is the approach checklist. Yeah, let's do that. What else would we do? The weights are all loaded incorrectly. We're now done with these charts, but I'll deal with that once we're in the cruise. We've got a bit of time to go. And the overlay should come to life shortly. Reckons are arriving. It says 1720Z. Unfortunately, that's because the time in the sim is all wrong, I imagine. Let's see. What does this reckon? I need to get used to this because it's so different. How do we just go to how do we just see? If I click that. Oh no, it said it there. So 1340. It's currently about 11. So 2 hours 40 to go to touchdown. So not too long. And we're going to have a pretty serious cruising speed. Oh, we're going to do better than that. Mach decimal 80. That's no good. That's far too slow. Look at the rate of climb. Andy H1302, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Really, really appreciate it. Mango says A380 is super quiet in the cabin despite having 4 engines. Might be quieter than the 787. I think it is. I think it's quieter than the 787. It's got 4 engines, but they're all mounted quite a long way from the cabin. 7-8 engines are actually, they're really close in. They're basically like here and here. These are a long way out, and then they are very quiet engines. And you know, because you've only got 50% of the overall power this close to the airplane, and they're already quite far away. And then these are even further out because it's such a huge wingspan. So yeah, it's
behind the jet
I think it makes sense that it's so quiet. 7-8 engines, much bigger. Only half the thrust of the whole airplane on each side, so you've got all the thrusters right next to the fuselage, whereas this one sort of spread out. Also, obviously, just such a big fuselage. The chances are you're not even sitting in the other window. Ah, the Cosnex is not in the A380. Aha, thank you. That would make sense. So we can increase that if we like to. Thanks for the subscription. SQ5 APT. Interesting. Well, we can test that out if we go to init. Let's put in 150. Yeah, good spot. It's just going to do decimal 8.
And sensor traffic, Shannon 11 from Charlie.
To select a high one.
Ready for departure.
Is Mach 8 too slow? Cried in narrow body. Yeah, indeed. We can do better than decimal 8. I wouldn't like to fly around at decimal 8 in the 787. Now, the reason it can do it, the lighter you are, of course, the slower you can fly. So it does help us there. Liquid Ho says, "Heyo, I have always wondered what you like about the blue and pink colours all your thumbnails have." There's several stories behind that, but the reality is I just liked it. I thought it looked nice, and I thought it would be a nice way to have my videos recognisable. So if someone wanted to see one of, or sees a thumbnail on the side that was my colours, they would know it's one of my videos, and then if they wanted to watch it, they could click on it. So it's just a bit of brand recognition, really. I thought they're quite strong colours, and I thought they look quite good together. But the other side of it that has come about afterwards is, of course, that it's the two colours of Airbus. You've got managed modes, which are magenta. So that's here, managed modes. I mean, it is magenta for the airports. That's not quite why it's there. But yeah, magenta being the managed, and then the cyan being the modes that you've set. So that's what I'm going with from now on. That's what some of my viewers, I think Matteo suggested that one. It says, just learned how to fly the 787-9 from your tutorials, and now I'm flying right behind you. So cool. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. That's great to hear. Ben, indeed, it does say 320 pilot. That's my name, but that was when I was flying the 320. I used to fly the A320, but now I fly the 787. Maybe I need to put a little description somewhere saying former. I think we can turn the seatbelt signs off. We're up at 35,000 feet already with absolutely no trouble. Sailboat to auto. Don't have to update the heading bug. Absolutely brilliant feature. Someone says, I once flew on a long haul flight and the cruise was Mach 9.7. Well, that's crazy. I mean, that's probably a VC10 or something to be going like that. Very, very fast indeed. I put decimal 88 during my first try of this plane and got the damage to the aircraft engines. Yeah, 88 is probably a bit fast. I mean, you can see there, I wouldn't like to be back at that speed, but we'll see once we're up at 410 what the barber's pole looks like, but I'm confident we can do better. I'd love them to implement this vertical situation display. These are amazing bits of kit that I think all airplanes should have fitted now. It's fantastic. Does the iFly 737 have it? The iFly 737 MAX 8 is one of my favourite add-ons I've ever used. That was fantastic, so we'll have to do that on the stream as well. Yeah, look at this. 80 is just not enough. I didn't think it would be. We're going to have to do better here. Selected speeds. Yeah, similar to the 7.8 then. 8.6. Slumcode says, why do we need to keep updating the heading bug in the Boeing? I don't know. You have to ask Boeing why they think they should have that always available when we never need to use it. Spend an entire 14-hour flight updating the heading bug for no reason. But the reason you have to keep it updated is because if it's in the wrong place and the airplane reverts into heading mode, it might just suddenly do a U-turn on you. So it's really handy to have it in the right place in case of something that the airplane's lateral navigation fails. You don't want, for example, the airplane gets lost, let's say, and reverts into heading mode, or the IRS has failed, or something silly and unlikely. But if it did happen, you don't want the airplane to then do a U-turn and you'll just disorientate yourself, especially at night over the ocean or something. Like I say, I spend a lot of my time now. It's really given up on the. Oh, it's because we're accelerating. I spend a lot of my time now sat in the middle of absolutely nowhere with darkness outside the windows, and I can tell you, having 4 engines would certainly be a nice reassuring feeling. Who doesn't want 4 engines? But indeed, the Airbus, they decided that when you're in lateral navigation you don't need a heading bug, so it disappears, and that's just the right way to do it. And therefore, if it reverts at any heading, it would just pop into the current one. So Mango says, it'd be nice watching you fly the 73 Max. It's like a mini 78. Yeah, it is. It's very much like it, and I like it. And I think it's a fantastic add-on. So I'm going to get that installed on this computer. I think it's only on my laptop right now, and we'll get that going for a flight. What's the fastest you've ever flown in real life? Well, it'll be the 787. So it'll be up in the high decimal 8s. How long have you been a 787 pilot for now? I remember you switching. Let's think. It's been over a year, year and a half, something like that. Would it normally go into heading hold mode if LNAT fails? Indeed, Miku, yeah, it would go into heading hold. So yeah, yet another reason why I don't know why the heading bug is there. It needs to be constantly updated, but that's what they like. I think as well, you know, it's more convenient if you have to do something quickly, like a heading change for weather, perhaps. We don't do many things quickly with the heading bug, but yeah, I'm stretching. I'm stretching to justify it when really I don't want to justify it. AJKN says, on the 320, is it SOP to use the brake fans if equipped and needed as soon as you're vacated the runway or once on stand? So you don't use them as soon as you vacate the runway, ideally. The thing with the brake fans is that they blast cool air onto the carbon brakes, and if you do that when they are very, very hot or straight away, it can lead to oxidization and hot points and all this sort of stuff. So the idea is to let them heat up, then let them start cooling, and once they're sort of stabilized, then you can do it. Now there are exceptions to that. If the brakes are going to overheat to the point of bursting, i.e. you could deflate a tyre, because the tyres, I don't know how many of you know this, they have fuse plugs in them. So, oh, there you go, it won't do more than 85. Okay, thanks, Chaos. Yeah, it's not going to do that, so we'll come back a bit on that. Let's do 84, that'll do. Yeah, so the tyres have fuse plugs, so if the tyres get too hot, the air inside them, to stop them bursting, they actually just deflate, which can happen after rejected takeoff on a long-haul aeroplane. On a short-haul aeroplane, what that means is if you are doing lots of landings, you don't have brake fans or you don't use them, and you get the airplane wheels hot and they don't cool down enough, you could, of course, deflate the tyres like that. So if you think the tyres are at risk of getting too hot to damage the tyres or to deflate or anything like that, then you would just use the brake fans straight away. Just put them on. Don't worry about oxidization. Oxidation and so on is a wear problem, not an immediate problem. But the general SOP is wait as long as you can before parking up, before putting the fans on, and if you don't have to use them, you don't use them. Have any real-life ATCs recognized your voice? No. No, I'm not that famous, thankfully. Liquigo says, have you ever had a viewer notice you at an airport? No, not at an airport, I don't think. I often get comments from people asking whether I was the pilot on this flight or that flight, and I can't really, obviously 99% of the time they're wrong, but every now and then I think someone may have been, may have been right. I do not drive a BMW. No, but that is a classic pilot car indeed. Are you going to use brake to vacate? We absolutely will. Although there's not many vacating options. You'll see Rovaniemi can take a 380, but only in about one area. Because we are the super, so we're in this F category, so we get our own charts at lots of airports. So this is the chart for Heathrow, and you can see the green is where we're allowed to taxi. And you can see quite a lot of terminals aren't even accessible. If you go down here, this area is, you can't even taxi along it because you clip wings, even though 777-300s and so on can go up and down here, so it's quite remarkable. But yeah, can we go, let's see if we can get to 86. Let's try it. I suspect the drag is just going to get too high and we might just run out of fuel if we go too mad with that. But there we go, 410, steaming along. Yes, so the yeah, being recognised is rare. It is rare. I'm not that famous. Right, we are on the way. We are following JMC. They are doing 466 knots, and we are doing 472. So they're doing very well. I'm impressed. We're barely overtaking them, and they're at 30,000 feet. So I wonder if we have different winds. We've got a 60-knot crosswind, which is about what we expected. Also coming along is the Vistara 787. Now they'll be as quick as us, no trouble. And I think that's it. That's our little convoy today. Excellent. Virgil says, do you think you'll ever come away from the 787? Maybe go back to Airbus? Yes. Probably one day. I don't see myself sitting on the 787 forever. That's not because I don't like the 787, and I may not get the choice. There's no guarantees in aviation. Look, so you can just about see there, it's very subtle, that at these speeds and this altitude, only the inboard part of the aileron is going to move around now. This is the largest wingspan on a commercial aircraft, and it's interesting that Boeing uses this inboard aileron even on the 787, which is a smaller wingspan. But Airbus have gone for this, just one on the outside, but it's got this clever sort of 3 division SIP system. But yeah, so yeah, I think the 787 is great, but and there you go, just the inboard one moves up, just gently. Beautiful coding by fly-by-wire, really nice. Yeah, it's not going to make it, is it? So we could just find ourselves running out of fuel here. Let's have a look at the fuel flow. Fuel use 7.4 tons, fuel flow 2.8. So if we just come back to 8.5, still 2.8. It says I'm going to catch up cruising at 8.5. Yeah, the 787 is going to do a bit quicker than this. There we go, 2.5. I think we'll have to just sit here. I think this will be the best option for us. So yeah, I would like to fly as many airplanes as I can. So if I can fly a 380 or a 350, or you know, then I mean my dream. Lots of my absolute dream airplanes. By the way, can you hear me on the outside view? I don't know if that's if I'm making a mistake here. But lots of my dream airplanes you can't fly anymore. So I'd love to have flown the 757, and I'd love to have flown the 340. Excellent. Works outside. Thank you. Thanks very much. That's good, because who doesn't like looking at the outside? Yeah. So something I like about the 787 is I like that it is, you know, it reminds me in a way of the 757-6 family. It's smaller than a triple, and it's got the same sort of overhead panel. It's just not painted brown. But they've used a very similar system. 757 Dream, yeah, indeed. Not going to happen, but there we go. Correction says 340-600 is my favourite airplane. Yeah, it'd be great. You can technically still fly the 340 with Lufthansa, just have to learn German. Indeed, just have to learn German and get the right to work there. The Greco says, might not be that famous, but hundreds of people probably hear your voice while you pilot, so the chances seem good. Yeah, like I say, it has happened, but certainly not through air traffic control, and not that I'm aware of anyway. In the cruise, do you keep your beacon on? Chelsea FC asks. Yes, you do. The beacon stays on the whole time now the engine's running. Very important, that red beacon on the top and bottom. You leave it on. You can always get in-flight refueling. Indeed, you might need it. Out of all the Airbus models, what is your absolute favourite plane to fly in sim? Out of the Airbuses, that's a good question. Well, I love this 380. But this is, you know, this is the new one, and it's an airplane we haven't seen before. The Phoenix A320 is, of course, fantastic. The fly-by-wire Neo is amazing. It's really tricky. And, of course, now there's the FS Labs, which I have not tried yet. That's a really tricky question. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. They've all got their place. I even like the LBFR's 340, just because it's a 340. I know the avionics aren't as good as this 380. Not by a long shot, which is a shame for a pay-wear aeroplane, but it's still a nice model to look at, and I do enjoy it in its own way. I'm still at 390. Will TCAS cause an issue? No. 1,000 feet separation is all we need. Although above here we'd need 2,000 feet, because we're out of RVSM once we go above 410. So the next level would be 430. Rexon says, third time lucky, reminding you of my question about actual piloting on long haul versus short haul. Mods are going to time me out soon. Okay, Rexon, apologies. Yes, so the actual piloting time you do on long haul, well, this is what you spend more time doing on long haul. You put the little feet rest down if you're lucky enough to have them. That's an Airbus exclusive, unfortunately. There is a way to get this EFB out. There we go. You have your tray table out, I would imagine, if I ever did long haul on an Airbus, and you sit there and sit there and sit there, and you wind the range out and out and out and out. And I have, on the 7.8 we can set the range to 1,200 nautical miles. It looks like 640 is the most the 380 will go to, and I've had it where at 640 miles you wouldn't see your next waypoint. It's ridiculous, like how far apart waypoints can be. If you're flying over the Atlantic, and I don't mean the North Atlantic, if you're flying over the equator, you're just covering such vast distances. By the time you start navigating around the equator of any part of the planet, it's just so far. So you end up with huge distances between events. So you're monitoring, and I did do a video about it where I talk about things that we are doing, which is looking up alternates. Where are we going to go? What's the weather there? Can we land there with our performance? Would we need to dump fuel? You're just constantly thinking about this because you need to make the right decision if the time does come. And that's a lot of our planning is working out contingencies of what if this happens, what if that happens, what might we do, and you want to be confident in it because it might happen in the deepest, darkest hours of the night. So you need to have a plan. Oh, we might be getting some control here. We are indeed. So, we better close this trade table. That's going to get in the way quickly. Close. Yeah. So you don't fly much on long haul. It's a very different experience. And like I say, I'm at maximum hours all the time, and I am also struggling to get enough landings in all the time. And by enough landings, I mean the limit, right? You need to have 3 every 90 days, and it's perfectly possible on long haul not to manage that. The main reason for that is not because you don't do 3 trips in 90 days, of course you do, but if the other pilots need a landing, then it soon gets difficult because there might be 4 pilots on your flight, and there's only 2 landings to go around on that trip. So it's amazing where the time goes like that. Right, let's check in. We've got 13553. 13553. Now, does anyone know why my hoppy isn't working? I'm a bit disappointed.
Squawk 6375.
13553.
Stand by. November 1 Alpha Lima, turn left heading.
Why is that? Thanks so much for the £10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Why is that? Why does it say should have picked the 350, not the 78? Just kidding. Merry Christmas. Yeah. Well,
270 November 1.
I did want to try both.
November 1 Alpha Lima.
But yeah, thank you so much for the £10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Why is that? I know a lot of people ask me why didn't you go for 350? An important thing to remember is I don't actually get as much of a choice in which airplane I fly. Airline pilots can't just choose usually. You might get a bit of a preference, but there's no rules. So airlines will put you where they need you, and that's about it. So I was very happy to get a chance to fly a Boeing and to fly long haul. Yeah, but yeah, thanks so much for that. Really appreciate it, and Merry Christmas to you as well. Thanks so much for the super chat. So there's our colleague. We're really not catching up very well.
Scottish Control, Airline 417.
Right, we are Santa 24 Super. We must remember we are Super. Other airliners like the 78 would be heavy.
Any possibilities for any
super,
lower altitudes for us today?
How much lower would you like?
It's just very strong headwinds, so we can try out Plateau 360 if possible.
I need a new hoppy code. Okay, that'll explain that. No hoppy integration yet in the 380. Apologies, Chaos. Thanks so much. I saw the page there, but it did say error 404, so I figured it wasn't working. Just because I saw it in the EFB. I've never actually successfully used hoppy, so I'll try that on another aircraft at some point. Lucas says we can still see your love for Airbus. Indeed. The problem is, I started flying on the Dash 8 Q400. And then I went to the Airbus, and I can tell you there's no better way to fall in love with an Airbus than by flying a Dash 8 Q400 before you flew the Airbus. It's so now going to Boeing from Airbus. I like the Airbus so much, and I do think there's things done better by both manufacturers, but a lot of the Airbus stuff still makes a lot of sense to me. Also, I spent so much time flying the Airbus. I did so many approaches in it. It became really I don't want to say comfortable, it's the wrong phrase, but natural perhaps. I felt like I could maneuver the airplane how I visualized I wanted to maneuver it, and I'm talking about through the autopilot here mainly. Manual flying is less of an issue. They're both airplanes that fly very similarly actually. The 787 handles very similarly to a 320 I think, or in terms of the way it's quite heavy on the controls, but it's quite sterile, it's quite responsive and robotic. It's nicer to land, I'll tell you that. 787 and the Boeings have nice landings because of the way they come in much faster, much more control over the surfaces, much more air going over the surfaces.
Left heading 270 degrees, cleared ILS 24.
We're testing 270 cleared ILS runway 24.
That boy says, A330 driver says the long-haul Airbus is a much better office to work in than the Boeings. Well, but that's because A330 driver was on the 73, I believe, before. So the 73 cockpit compared to the A320 cockpit is to me a night and day difference. Although I've not worked on the 737, but I've been in the flight deck and it's small. And the Q400 flight deck was similar, sort of. Actually, it's probably smaller again. Now, the long-haul Boeings, I think, are actually very nice. They're very comfortable aeroplanes. But yes, the Airbus flight deck, it's hard to beat these big comfy chairs. And you get the full chair here. I must check in with Scottish before I start talking too much about the seats of airliners. But there's you spend a lot of time in that seat and you notice the differences. Yeah, thanks Nick, absolutely right. Busy. Surprisingly busy frequency. A lot of people out tonight.
0307.
0307, Captain.
Scottish Centre 24 Super flight level 410.
And Roger.
Our call sign might not be recognised there. Now, this is a real call sign, I believe. Heathrow knew it, certainly.
Scottish control,
I think it's mainly the tray table that sways it. Yes, the tray table is fantastic. The 78 does have a table down here on the side, and it's pretty good. But the tray table up here is the dream. Now, what I was saying about the seats is the Airbus seats don't have any cutouts, so they feel like proper supportive seats. 78 seat has a cutout here because, of course, the yoke has to come back into that gap. So that means that you're not sitting on a complete seat for the whole time. And I can tell you, 14 hours, that could be a little bit disappointing. Something it does do, which I don't know, it looks like this seat might do it, is it reclines, you can tilt the 78 base seat up. So you can tilt the bottom, this whole panel here, up. So it can recline into quite a comfortable angle, which I do like. Crucially, 787's air is so lovely, and that to me is a big difference. I mean, the 330 is from a generation, it's sort of like, it's an interesting generation of aeroplanes.
Let's have
a look here. Pressurization. Cabin altitude here. Yeah, look at that, 7,800 feet. That's very high. I'm surprised. I thought the 380 had lower cabin altitude. So the 330 is the same. It has a very high cabin altitude, and I say very high. It's normal, but it's same as short haul cabin altitude, I believe. It's not as humid. Great thing about the 78 is it's got a low cabin altitude, very humid air by comparison, only by comparison to other aircraft. But it's very nice. You can feel the difference. Your nose doesn't hurt after 12 hours of flying in it, and that's my key thing about the 787. I love the air system. I love the way it's done. It feels like a next generation step, whereas bleed air like this this was the standard before, you know. It might be higher, slightly higher because we're at 410 indeed, but the 78 won't go above 6 even at 430, so I'm not letting it have that as an excuse. I love it anyway, but that's something anyway. That's one point for the 78. I have to find them.
Copenhagen 136485, Channel 55 Bravo Tango Gavin.
Nordic 82 Golf Echo, climb flight level 3.
Fuel flow of the engines. I don't think this is quite accurate right now, judging by what Chaos is saying. I think they're on 225 each.
German cargo 455 122.
Because
bye-bye.
we'll keep an eye on that landing fuel 17.3, but it feels like there's a drag issue if it's not letting us go any faster. Unless that's accurate to the airplane, I don't know. You could adjust the seat in the A380X, can you?
Easy 64 Charlie Zulu, stand 22, push and start approved.
But this, I wanted to know what this lever does, because like these, you have these on the 320. That's great though. But I wanted to know if this lever meant you could recline the seat pan, as it were. Such good detail. Look at these textures. And this is the 4K version.
preference?
No, renegade
Jan says, hey Captain, you've been a big inspiration for me to get into commercial aviation. I'll be applying to some UK cadet programs this year. I'd love to know if you have any advice for standing out. The best thing to do for cadet programs is, you know, just a piece of advice is make yourself look enthusiastic. They like hearing that you really care about aviation, you really want to do it. So if it really is your passion, let that show through. Be yourself, you know, don't overdo it, but you know, don't feel ashamed of your love of aviation, because I think it's important to becoming a pilot. Something else you might consider is going to perhaps getting a trial flight in a flight school or something like that, because this is just ways to show that you're interested in aviation if you haven't already done that.
136.485.
But yeah, good luck. Oh no. Please say that wasn't us.
Roger.
Your wings 486 requesting flight level
What does that do?
170
I don't know.
Your wings 486, 140 your final level. It's a very short flight. You'll be starting
Nick,
descending.
okay, thank you so much for the £10 super chat. Really appreciate it.
Okay, it's okay.
Nick says, have a mince pie and a cuppa on me. Thanks so much for the channel. Can't tell how much pleasure it gives me. Happy Christmas. Nick, that's so kind. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you for the super chat. And I will indeed. I have a mince pie sitting right in front of me, so I'm going to have that in just a moment. But thank you so much. Very, very kind. And thanks so much for being an active member of the channel. Really appreciate the comments and coming along for the videos.
528 Papa, report your passing altitude climb now for level 130.
The toilets may flush, but I'm not currently loaded in with the cabin.
Flight level 130.
Miku says, I always found the pressurization in the A380 a bit uncomfortable for some reason. Interesting.
Charlie, I need you on an odd level. I can offer you 410
I did not know that.
or
I've always enjoyed flying on 380, but yeah, the air is drier. That's just a fact. I thought the pressurization was better. I thought it was like the 747 that had a lower cabin altitude, but clearly not.
Descent 390, Brunei 44 Tango Charlie.
Unless it is indeed because we're so high up.
Flight level 350, climbing 26.
Is there a shout on this 380? I don't think so. Rexton says, so what made you switch to long haul, not including salary? Do you miss actually piloting the aircraft? I did years of short haul. So I flew the Airbus for many years, thousands of hours. Oh, please don't do this, flight simulator. There we go, it's back. Yeah, so thousands of hours on the Airbus, and I flew the Dash 8 before that regional flying, and that's a privilege, you know, to do that. What I hadn't done was long haul, so it was something I wanted to try. It's a big part of aviation, and if you get the chance.
JMC 24 Mike Charlie, contact Copenhagen on 136.485.
That'll be us next, so I'll type it in.
136.485 for JMC 24 Mike Charlie. Bye.
Yeah, so the chance to
Santa 24 contact Copenhagen 136.485.
136.485 Santa 24. Thank you. 136.485. So yeah, the chance to fly long haul, it's a totally different world. It's a totally different sensation.
JMC 24 Mike Charlie, flight level
and
350.
it's something I wanted to do. Yeah,
Control, very good.
that's basically it. See the different parts of the world, fly in different parts of the world. The world's much smaller when you've flown yourself all the way around it, or you've flown yourself to you know, a continent like Australia. It's mad, really, when I think about it. But it's quite an exciting thrill to do that. Even if you don't get the same thrill from the flying of the airplane, because you just don't do it so much, you don't fly the approaches. You know, the fun thing on short haul is flying. It's satisfying, isn't it, to fly those approaches, to do it nicely, to do it efficiently. Obviously, safely was always a priority and all of that. But on long haul, there's a different sort of sensation. Sitting over the ocean in the middle of the night, and there's no one around except the stars, and you're just cruising along with a cup of tea. It's quite quite bizarre looking out at the Milky Way. It's an amazing sensation.
The layback is correct, initial climb flight level 60.
I'm also, I don't suffer from, I don't struggle to waste time, as you may have noticed on this channel. I can go through 10 hours with very little entertainment and manage. Control, Santa 24, flight level 410.
Santa 4, connection 24, coming in control, very good. Evening, radar contact, flight level 410.
Good evening, thank you. I should have said super, I keep forgetting to say super. Hayden J. Robbins, thank you so much. £3.80. Yes, this was a good airplane to choose. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Hayden. Very, very kind. Sent me a Discord DM. Yes, I do see your Discord DMs. I must answer you. I do apologise. But thanks so much, Hayden. Really kind. Like I say, your persistence is what got me here streaming again. So, yeah, thank you for being a part of the channel. And indeed, this was very nearly a 90k sub special flight. Very, very close. But I couldn't quite get the timings to work to do the full day. So I thought a nice long flight like this in a 380 would be a good way to do it. And I think I was thinking we'll take the 777 for a proper long haul sector. That could be a nice way to do the 90k special. Might be a sort of a farewell to Flight Simulator 2020, see where things are. But anyway, so yeah, 90,000 subs. Can't believe it. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Hayden, for supporting the channel for that super chat. Tom Richiger, very kindly, Danish 100 Danish kroner, really, really kind. Tom says, came back to Flight Sim last year, and I've watched most of your tutorials on the A320, TOS, and Phoenix since then. Thank you so much. You're very welcome, Tom. I'm glad they've been helpful for you, and that is very, very kind of you. I'm just glad the videos are still useful to people. I'm impressed that the TOLIS videos are still getting viewed. And the Phoenix ones, really. So yeah, that's great to hear. I'm glad that they stood the test of time and are still being watched. And thanks so much for that super chat. Really kind. Thanks for supporting the channel. Very, very much appreciated, Tom. Alex UK, see you later. Thanks so much. Heading into Gatwick for an engine teardown. Good luck with that.
FedEx 553, every coming in control, further this evening, identify flight level 370, welcome.
I'm not sure if it'll be 777 cargo. Do people want to see the 777 cargo or the 777-300? I need to do a poll and ask what people want to see me fly as well, because we've got all the 2024 aircraft as well.
Right, 44 Tango Charlie, requesting a cockpit for a few minutes, please. 44 Tango Charlie.
Ben's asking what my recent flight was to. I don't usually say what my recent flight was. I just don't like giving away my my roster too much. But yeah, I've flown to the Far East, Asia. I've flown to the Middle East. Flown to America. Flown to South America. Flown to Australia, as I mentioned. Yeah, Canada. Crazy, really. We've got a fighter escort behind us, have we? Let's have a look. Oh. Seen that collie down there. Are we overtaking them yet? It must be getting close. Good contrails now in 2020. Only took
Copenhagen,
a fair while.
Good afternoon. This is the Star 2122, 10 miles out of Larga at flight level 390.
The normal pilots get us board as the passengers. Normal pilots do get breaks, but there are moments where, yes, when you have sort of 6 to 7 hours in the middle of the night over the darkest part of the, like say, the ocean, that you have to keep yourself engaged. Any tips on how to stay awake? System code. Making sure you do get up and walk. Make sure you keep the blood moving. Very important. You don't want to get DVT, and that also wakes you up. I don't drink caffeine.
-6.
on the airplane, I try and avoid it because I want to make sure that when I need to get my rest, I can get the rest in. Because remember, on long enough flights, we do get a chance to have a nap, so you don't want to be awake for that. So by managing your caffeine, you can then actually get to sleep at the right moment. That can be handy.
Tango Charlie's back in the cockpit. Thank you.
I do apologise, I'm just trying to catch up with both chats here because I've got it on two different things.
And 44 Tango Charlie, proceed to Lake Tesby.
Samson would like to see a Cape Town to Zurich flight, even though it's very long. It's possible. We do tend to fly from the UK, but Cape Town to Zurich is possible. It's a long way. It might be a little bit too far.
Direct Tesby line. Tango Charlie.
Mark H would like to see a proper review of the Sobo 787. I was wondering that. Okay. Yeah, that's something I want to do as well. So we'll take that one for a spin. Someone was asking, I missed it now. Someone asked about the super call sign. We are indeed super here because it's short for super heavy. This is the only commercial aircraft that uses it. It's just a wake turbulence category, so you tell the controller when you check in. You don't need to say it after that normally, and you're just letting them know that you are super heavy, so they shouldn't have airplanes too close behind you. Who's up there? Is that the 78? Oh no, yes, that's military. What is it? F-35s. I've not seen those before on VATSIM. That's an F-35 soaring past us, embarrassing us. I was showing off there about our long haul altitude and speed, and yeah, we've been humbled certainly. But yeah, so Lauren B says super heavy is not required in the en route environment in the US either. There you go. Oh dear. We're getting messaged by the F-35. Stefan, thanks so much for the €2 super chat. Stefan says 1 year already, time flies, and so does the A380. Indeed it does. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for being part of the channel. Checkpoint says I have the real life superpower that I can sleep after I drank caffeine. Well, there you go. Some people can. You don't see many long haul pilots drinking coffee. It's rare. Tea, obviously. Tea is drunk a lot, but coffee less so. Now this is an interesting little sunshade. I don't know what this is for, and I don't know. I assume they'd have a big. Ah, here we go. Proper big roller. Yeah, Airbus does sunshades so well. This is something the 787 does not have done as nicely. Look at this. I love that they've modelled it all. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, the F-35 will need a tank in about 5 minutes. Yeah, they might need to. F-35 asserting their dominance. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty high. I think fighter jets cruise similar to airliner levels, and because they are a bit thirsty.
Runway 86 Alpha Sierra, push and start is approved. Phase 2 the east. The QNH is 1013.
QNH 1013. Push and start approved. Facing east. Runway 86 Alpha Sierra.
When you can't sleep, drink a cup of coffee because it's so nice warm because it's point. I would recommend against that, but certainly personal experience, I'd go for a decaffeinated tea, decaf coffee, maybe even a hot chocolate if you're trying to sleep. But you're right, there is an advantage to warm milky drinks, but just caffeine obviously has a negative effect a few hours later.
And Shanix 555 takeoff. Positive message. 555 Tango, just an estimate of how long until it's up? Just curious.
About 5 minutes or about 42 miles.
Roger.
Looks like the fuel isn't changing, so I think we're okay for fuel.
About 8 minutes past.
Someone's asked, Tamango asked,
it is all good. When you are ready,
do the 787 still suffer from paint peeling? I haven't seen much of it, to be honest. So I would say no, not really. It may be. Maybe engineering are working hard on that, but I haven't seen it. I know there's pictures out there of 787s with wings just covered in speed tape. I've not seen that personally. Great question from Dara. Dara says, if you could, would you alternate your work between long and short haul for a bit of variety? This is a thing that it exists every now and then. It's rare though.
Good evening, flight level 35 inbound.
If I could,
direction overhead,
yes.
Larga.
There's a downside to it, which is going to make me sound a little bit fussy, but if you do... Long haul is naturally tiring because of the jet lag. So when you come back from long haul, because you won't have slept very well at certain points in that trip, it's guaranteed. There's no long haul trip where you can just sleep for 8 hours at the right time of day for your body. You'll either do a night flight out or back home, and when you're away as well, you'll be trying to sleep at funny times because obviously you're jet lagged, so that will be a problem as well. So there's two effects. There's the jet lag, there's the acclimatization, which is part of the jet lag, which is where your body's trying to sleep at the wrong time of day. So you either miss out on daylight, or you're trying to sleep in the middle of the day when everyone else is up and you can't, or it's nighttime where you are and you're trying to sleep but your body wants to be awake, and that's brutal. So that can really mess up your sleep. Secondly, you're tired because you have missed a night of sleep. So on top of that jet lag, you also will fly home or out overnight and you're awake. So you can't then get back from a long haul trip and do a short haul flight, which makes sense, right? That's because it wouldn't be sensible for you to be flying an airline that tired. What you can do if you can do short haul mixed flying, it means that you can do a short haul flight and then the next day do a long haul trip. So you'd effectively have like a block of work where you would do your short haul flying and then your long haul trip. Now that's not how all airlines would do it, but imagine flying a really busy day, short haul in bad weather in the middle of winter, a 12-hour day, really long, and then having minimum rest at home, which could mean less than 10 hours at home quite easily, and then you come in the next day to fly a 14-hour flight across the world, and then lose all your sleep there. It could add up quite quickly. That would be the downside if it's not managed carefully, and that's perhaps why a lot of airlines don't do it, because you'd have to build the roster so carefully. However, it is possible to do, and I would love the opportunity to do both, because I actually really like short haul, and who wouldn't want to be able to do a bit of flying and then do the long haul side of it and travel the world as well. You're more likely to run out of hours would be the problem. If you're trying to do lots of long haul flying, like I say, it's not really about the day's work. If you do a 14-hour flight, that could be 15 to 16 hours block time, as it were. So you can't do many of those in a month before you run out of time that you can be flying.
Runner 86 Alpha Sierra, push bus complete, requesting further taxi instructions.
HCR Motorhead says, would a mix of short and long haul also mean having to keep more than one type rating? Yes, you'd have to be type rated in two, but it would be similar, right? You'd fly the 737 and the 777. You wouldn't fly a 320 and a 777.
Yankee Mike Kilo, thank you very much. Identify flight level 2.
It's a more common way to do it would be 320, 330, or 73 and 78, something like that. As a long haul pilot, do you have a favourite hotel chain? That's a good question. I think it would be pretty obvious which hotels are nice and which you prefer, usually just by the fact that the more expensive they are, the nicer they tend to be. So I don't have a favourite chain, but there are nicer hotels certainly that you enjoy going to. How many flights would you say a typical month is for you or long haulers in general? So a long haul roster, typically anywhere from 4 to 6 trips in a month. Doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But if you think that's more than one a week, and some of those trips could be 4, 5, even 6 days, and there are some out there that are longer. So you don't get any more time off, as it were, than a short haul roster. ANA has some of their 380 pilots rated on the 320, which sounds like a fun mix. It does indeed. It does sound fun. How do you fill in your logbook? Say you were in the third seat, does that count? So you can log the time that you are in the seat, of course, and then it depends on the country's rules, but you can't log the time that you're not in the flight deck, as it were, you know. I flew a 787 short haul. I'm guessing it was picking up passengers on the way back to the hub for a long haul, so that's an interesting case for just using one type rating. Yes, agreed. It would be nice, you know, what would be better than flying a long haul airplane on short haul route, because they're quicker, they're more comfortable, and they're lovely machines. I think that would be great. Yeah, I think a 380 would be a challenge just because of the sheer time it would take to load and unload it. Probably make it not so useful for short haul. But 787, same number of passengers as a 321. Don't know what's going on there. Lauren B says Japanese pilots absolutely love flying the 747 domestic. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Long haul airplanes are very comfortable. They ride turbulence well. They're fast. Who wouldn't want to fly one? On short routes as well. And there are short routes out there for them. Airlines often shuttle them around at some point. So you will find in places, I think in the Caribbean, you'll find 777s sort of shuttling around, things like that. So you know, this is indeed the fly-by-wire A380. Just about overtaking me in the JMC, says Matt. Excellent. Sorry, Matt. But yeah, I was hoping to get some advantage out of being in a 380. Yeah, we're just past you now.
That is block 1 at a time. Scandinavian 84 Delta. I will just confirm it one more time. 7050.
Abby says I saw Lufthansa 78 flying between Frankfurt and Munich, probably for training pilots. Yeah, that will happen as well. Although most pilots going into long haul aircraft won't need to train in the real airplane. Their first flight in the real airplane will be with passengers, because they'll be experienced pilots. You wouldn't put a cadet on long haul. And a cadet is what I mean by a pilot who's just done their training, but they've not flown commercially before.
Identified, climb through flight level 2, connection 323, climb flight level 350.
Someone, Fabi asked, can you decide which pilots you want to fly with? No. No, that's just rostered. You can't choose that in most airlines. Oh, I think that did sound like Santa. That was S. Was it Scandinavian?
Shanix 55 Bravo Tango contact
Shanix, there you go. Have you landed in Skiathos in real life? No. I wanted to, but I haven't been able to go to Skiathos.
55 Bravo Tango, good.
Dara says, is there something that you missed from the 320 and things from the Boeing you'd miss if you went back? Yes. Missed from the 320, the heading bug. I missed the mode that you might have seen it on the way out of Heathrow there. It said out constraint. This is going to be a really boring answer. The tray table was an easy one. But in terms of the way the airplane modes function, especially in descent, I missed that. I think the Airbus is clearer. It's certainly clearer to me anyway. Things I'd missed from the 78, it would be the HUD during landing and low visibility and visual flying. It's super duper duper. It's really great. And I'd miss the 787's air conditioning. It's so good. I would also miss the 787's landings because it flies so beautifully when you try and land it. It's just so alive and responsive. The 320 just wasn't by comparison. I liked landing 320, but it could bite you. And I think the 78, of course, it can also bite you, but it...
Center 24, you are surely going to be leaving my airspace. Clarity 30 offline this evening. 122, that's late. Have a nice trip. Bye-bye.
122.8, Center 24. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Sierra, ready for me to departure runway 728.
Ryanair 86 Alpha Sierra, can you just confirm the squawk 1465?
There we go. Yeah, so I would miss those things. The other thing, the 78 is so good in turbulence. Its wing is so good, but of course I'm sure that I know the 380 would be lovely in turbulence as well. Isn't this just an amazing model? Dara says, my favourite thing from the advanced avionics of the 380 is that you can set QNH to 7. You can do that on the 78. That is one thing the Boeings have got right. You can preset the QNH. How do you do it on this? There it is, yeah. Yeah, same. 78 you do it, but it would appear down here. Yeah, I did not know you could do that, so thanks for that. I like that. My favourite in-flight meal, I'm not too fussy. Depends what you're in the mood for. I usually go for the fish. So, you know, I am indeed flying the 787. That's what I fly. Yeah, no, I'm not. I haven't left it. I'm not missing anything on it yet. I still enjoy flying it. Merry Christmas, Mike. Merry Crimble. Happy holidays. Yeah, the fish. Mike L, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Mike says, your tutorials were a big help learning the A320. I want to do VATSIM, but feel like I'm going to mess up. What's the best way to get over that fear? This is a very, very common question. It's a video I've been meaning to do for so long, but it's such a big topic. I've really struggled with the concept, you know, to sort of frame it in my head as to what it would be. And I don't like to rush out videos that are just more confusing than helpful. So, the best tip I can give, without spending 4 hours talking to you about it, which is probably how long the video would be, is that you want to if you load into VATSIM, park on a gate and listen to the frequencies and just listen to the air traffic control. Listen to the ground frequency, the delivery frequency if they have it, listen to the tower frequency and the en route ones that are in the area that you can receive. And you'll just start to get an idea of how people are talking and what they're saying to each other. That's a good way to start. The second thing is be confident in the aeroplane. Don't go onto VATSIM in an airplane you don't know very well. I'm not a good example of this. I constantly go onto VATSIM in airplanes I've barely flown, but at least I'm relatively confident, if not always accurate, with the radio. So at least I can that doesn't distract me too much. But the last thing you want to do is be nervous about VATSIM and also then trying to control the airplane, because flying these are still two-pilot airplanes, despite what some regulators think and despite what some manufacturers think. These airplanes need two pilots in the front of them, and doing anything of any complexity except the cruising level requires two pilots. And the fact that you will simulate this at home on your own whilst clicking on buttons, which it's much easier to sit in the real thing and move these buttons around with your hands, it can just be overwhelmingly difficult. So you just want to know the airplane as best you can before you take it onto VATSIM. So yeah, that'd be my tip for getting started. Have a think about the phrases you're going to use, the most common ones, because there's only a few phrases. So Mango says, you pilots can do ADC while chatting with us. Yes, but when I finish these streams, I often have that sensation. When you've done an exam or something like that, where your brain's been working at 100%, it's been at capacity. I often get that same sensation after a stream, where I'm just instantly, as soon as the stream ends, I get this very tired sensation of like it's done, because there's a lot going on at once. I've got two screens in front of me showing me information. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, trying to keep up with everything. It isn't easy for me to do this, and you see me, and I'm sure the other pilots on streams make errors that we wouldn't hopefully make in real life, because A, there's a second pilot, and B, our capacity will be focused in different ways. Something that does help us is we're used to that capacity. We know how we handle being overloaded with work, so that helps me sort of spot when I'm likely to make an error. When I'm in the, I'm just talking about when I'm streaming here, and it allows me to also prioritize. You get used to choosing what needs to be done first, or what must get your attention. Not always in the streaming world, because in streaming, a big priority is keeping the stream running. But obviously, flying the airplane has to come first, even in streaming, because no one wants to see us not manage to do that. But yeah. Anyway, thank you, Michael, for the super chat, and I hope that helps answer your question about VATSIM a little bit. do you get to sleep on long haul flights, and how long rest are you allowed? Is virtual. You do get to sleep if it's long enough, and it's divided up into how much time there is. If there's 3 pilots, it will be a chunk of the flight, a good chunk of the flight, because of course you'll have 2 pilots flying and 1 pilot resting. All 3 pilots will be on the flight deck for the first 20 minutes of the from takeoff, and they'll all be on the flight deck for the last hour of the flight, certainly. So you just divide up the rest of it between you. So it would just vary on the plane, on the route. Sometimes it's 2 hours, sometimes it's 3 hours, and if you've got 4 pilots, you can get up to sort of 6 hours on a really long flight, maybe 7. That sounds really cushy, doesn't it? Like, oh wow, 6 or 7 hours at rest. But remember, those are very, very, very long flights. You'll be at work effectively for 18, 19 hours on those ones. So you do need it to get through everything. And there you go, Lauren V's got great advice, because Lauren V does VATSIM, so yeah, very good. Airnot says, observer flights were a great help for me getting started. Find someone to follow and see if you get it right. There you go. Good advice there. Yeah, observer flights. I haven't seen those, but that sounds like a great way to do it. And yeah, thanks for coming along, Airnot. Airnot's another flight sim YouTuber. Or aviation YouTuber. Not sure what's the better way around to, to phrase it, so apologies if I got that wrong. Beyond ATC is a good way to learn. Yeah, Mark H. Beyond ATC is now. That wasn't around when I was first being asked that question, but yeah, it makes sense. That's a good way to do it. Do you use headphones when you're flying? So that's a good one. Short haul, it's headphones pretty much all the time. It does depend on the airline, but if you take your headphones off, flight deck's going to be quite noisy. You've got the air rushing over them, and then you've also got lots of air conditioning and ventilation. All these screens, airplanes are designed with safety in mind. This is not like a computer or your television at home. These have to be regulated so heavily. They mustn't catch fire. They must shut down properly if they overheat. They mustn't overheat, because imagine if all 5 of these screens overheated at once because you didn't have proper ventilation behind this panel. So there's huge ventilation. All these screens would be blasted with fresh air. I say fresh, bleed air, and recycled air. But the result of that is the noise is dreadful. The air conditioning noise on most airliners. The exception to that is the 787-800. Well, it's not actually an 800, it's 787-8. The shortest 787 has the quietest flight deck I've ever seen, and I don't know if anything's quieter than it. Maybe the 350, I've not sat on that. But either way, there's still noise of rushing air and so on. But yeah, if you're over a remote area, you might take your headset off. I tend to wear my headset for most of the flight when I'm in the seat, just because of the noise of the air conditioning otherwise. But in the shortest 7.8, they are lovely and quiet, so I don't mind that one. Headsets off. Question there, do you get first class or economy meals? That will depend on the airline, but probably you'll get what's called crew food. Whether that's the same standard as economy or first class is up to interpretation, but that will depend. All airlines will do that differently though, whether your food is from first class or whether you get separate crew food or whatever. Fabby says, are you excited to fly the 350 when it comes out? I am indeed. We have flown. The 350 was one of our biggest streams ever. That was our first long haul stream. We flew a Virgin Atlantic 350 from Heathrow to the Maldives. And yeah, I'm excited to get a fully functioning one, because that was an X-plane. And it works quite well. In real life, yes. Now I exclusively fly the 787, Brandon. Ultra Swift asks, what's your favourite aviation movie? That's a tricky one. That is a really tricky one. Gosh. You're going to have to remind me. So we'll take aviation, and then we'll have to say airplane. That's got to be up there. You need to remind me of aviation films, because already they've all gone out of my head. Obviously Top Gun. I do like Top Gun. I really enjoy it, especially Top Gun Maverick. I think that was excellent. I love the F-14, so yeah, but I'm probably not the sort of film you're thinking of. But what other aviation films are there? Wasn't there that Gerald Butler one, Plane, recently? Do you try and eat different foods for safety? I'm not going to go too much into how the food is done. It's incredibly regulated, and the idea of someone eating the fish or whatever and getting ill from it is not considered likely. It's not a realistic scenario, put it that way. Is the intention. Now, of course, anything can happen, but yeah. And also, there's no way all three pilots would eat the same thing. But yeah, I don't want to go too far down this route. Nick Cases, does Apollo 13 count? Yeah, so I'm discounting space films because I would have counted Apollo 13. It's funny, some of my favourite flying sequences aren't from aviation films as such. So Out of Africa has one of the most beautiful sequences of a biplane flying over the Ngorongoro crater. I mean, it's absolutely stunning, and it's shot in such a beautiful way. That would be one of them. Likewise, Dunkirk has some incredible aviation shots in it that I absolutely love watching. So, you know, it's a tricky one. Virgil says Mission Impossible when Tom Cruise hangs off the A400, or indeed the new Mission Impossible trailer, which I don't want to spoil too much, but it does feature some Tom Cruise hanging off another aeroplane, which looks amazing. Fabi says maybe the documentaries about plane emergencies. Yeah, I used to watch those a lot growing up. I don't know how I feel about them now. They're really interesting, and I watched them a lot and found them fascinating. I get a little bit uncomfortable at... It's great informing people, and I think they generally do a really good job of that. There's something slightly morbid about, to me, about rifling through incidents, accidents, and fatalities for the sake of entertainment, and it's just treading that line is tricky. So I don't tend to enjoy them as much now as I used to, and I'm not criticizing anyone. That's just how I feel about it. So I don't tend to watch air crash investigation now. I will read the report. I'd much rather read the report. I don't need to have it all drawn out and saved for an exciting finale where the big reveal. I would much rather read, well, what happened? Why did this happen? What does the final report come to? What were the suggestions from it? And that's it. I don't need to see people enacting out screaming. I don't need to see thumbnails of planes pointing into the ocean. You know, it doesn't do it really for me anymore. I mean, The Aviator would be one of my favourites. That's a great film. Again, not really for the flying sequences. The flying sequences are fine, but I would put some of the other ones as higher. I mean, Top Gun Maverick has some of the best shots of F-18s going around. Peter DR, you can email me. My email address is on my YouTube channel. If you go to the About, and I may or may not see it. It may go to my junk folder, in which case I may miss it. But yeah, if you'd like to ask me something, I apologise if I don't answer. I may not be able to answer, but yeah, that's where you can email me. Airnaut says Flight was a decent film, less about the flying and more about someone dealing with their struggles. Yes, Flight was a good film, and indeed it didn't feature much actual flying. Tricky topic, isn't it? I suppose we're thinking more of a documentary or something like that. Probably is where we end up. Tom Cruise plays 320 in pilot. Yeah, that would be good. I'd have Leonardo DiCaprio. That would be fine. Lauren says, if I watch anything, it's usually Blancolirio, who mostly summarises and analyses the report. Yeah, fair. Yeah. I like that. I'm not a fan of, like I say, the over dramatized style or the some of the stuff you see is pretty. I think it's pretty upsetting, especially when people have either died or it's been, you know, as a bare minimum, the worst day out in some people's lives, and it's just being paraded around for someone else's gain. Yeah, not a fan. Getting further north, snow appearing. Dara Demling says, if you didn't become a pilot, what occupation would you have ended up doing? Well, my backup plan, if I couldn't do this, was to become an engineer, aeronautical engineer. So anything to do with airplanes, that's just where I wanted to be. So yeah, that was my plan. The turbulence here coming over these mountains. Now whether I'd have managed that, I don't know. Subsequently, voiceover artist. No, I don't know. The aeronautical engineer was the only other thing I've ever thought of doing, just because it kept me as close to flying as possible. There's not a lot of snow in Rovaniemi, says Tattoo. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Nick K says, which pilot in cabin pressure would you be? Only joking. That's a great question. I think, personally, Cabin Pressure is a radio series in the UK on BBC. It's excellent. It starred Benedict Cumberbatch and Roger Allen. So it was... Benedict Cumberbatch went on to be a big star after that, but it featured two pilots and their boss and the boss's son, sort of in this tiny little private jet charter operation. And the two pilots were complete opposites. So you had one who was sort of quite nervous but got upgraded quite quickly and was now the captain. And then you had the much more experienced first officer who'd been sort of downgraded, who had a job at a big airline and had been kicked out of that for nefarious reasons. And the result was, regardless of their backstories, was that you had one pilot who seemed a little more nervous and very by the book and very by the rules, and one who was much more relaxed and determined to look at the big picture and be pragmatic about things, but maybe to the extreme. So they're both extreme cases. Neither of them are realistic depictions of a pilot. They just have traits that you might recognise, being a little more a little too extreme in each way they are. But in a funny way, they both represent the same person going through your career at different stages. That's more what they represent, if I can say that. But like I say, heavily, I must emphasise, they are not realistic. They are extreme examples. See you, mate. Thanks for coming. Cabin Pressure is simply fantastic. It is indeed. It is indeed. Roger Allen has a great voice. Yeah, Roger Allen is fantastic in it. Yeah. Maritech says 3 green dot and a few YouTube channels do it well without the drama of actual people being brought into it. I feel fair. Yep, that's fair. I haven't seen green dot stuff. What stage are you in now, Sister Mango? I wouldn't like to say. I wouldn't like to say. But I can recognise in those pilots, you know, tendencies that I think a lot of pilots go through. Right, let's go to these charts because we're getting to the point where we need to start thinking about descending, or at least planning our descent. There's our top of descent, 480 miles away. That is at 13:10. It's currently 12, so we've got an hour till top of descent. So this is certainly on a long haul flight. You would be relishing that now you've got all this time to fill with planning and charts and talking about things. So let's go to Navigraph, and I don't want Heathrow anymore. We want EFRO, and I can show you exactly how few options we have to land on. Oh, there we go. What do you do on your days off in another country, says Ben? It depends where you are, doesn't it, as to what you want to do. But this is why I knew we could come to Rovaniemi, because it's code F. But yeah, if I don't have other plans, I might end up making a video. But I may also do some sightseeing, certainly, especially on long haul. It's a privilege to be in some of these places, so you've got to make the most of it. So category E would be like, you know, the next size down, but we're F. We are the biggest on the ground, so this is our only option. E gets the option to use all that taxiway, but we can only just come off, loop round, and back out again. Star, we were on the Nemgu. We can check the weather again, actually. Can I unpin charts? Yes. Thank you. Don't need those. Good. Yes, so let's check the weather. We will do break to vacate. You're welcome, Ben. No trouble. I wonder how many code F flights they get. I doubt they get any. What I strongly suspect an airport like this having charts with code F is because it could be used as an ETOPS alternate. If you look at where it is, I don't know if there's a way to show you that very easily here. We can't see the en route stuff. But if you're flying, you know, back when Western Airlines flew through Russia, then this could have been an ETOPS alternate, couldn't it? One that you might go into if you needed to, flying past on long haul. That's what I'm guessing, because they would have had a lot of long haul traffic go this way. Not right now, but once upon a time. Bucci2 says you should not take the EFB for granted. Indeed, it is handy, and again, great work by Fly By Wire, because they've coded all this and it's fantastic. So there's Nemgu. That goes to Ropov. This is for runway 03. I think 03 is what we were planning on. What's the latest weather? 1105. Can I refresh this? Do I need to refresh it? That's 1820Z. No, that's new. So yeah, very much 110. So we're going to be landing on 030, 5 knots, 984. So they don't have a landing calculator on here, do they? So nope. So that's fine. What we will do is just set up our charts accordingly. So I want easterly runway, and there's 2 Nemgu options, but that would be for the westerlies. Yeah. So it's going to be a shorter arrival, which is good for us. We've got our taxiway charts. We're going to end at Ropov. So I've been in the wrong runway, haven't I? 110, so we want to land on 03. But we put in 21. It's over 100 degrees off, so that's not good. 03. Now this is good actually. This might allow us to use brake to vacate. Oh no, we have to do non-precision. Does that work on this? Let's see. We'll do an RNAV. Via none of them. We're just going straight to via Ropov. it's a Nemgu arrival. And now if we go to plan, we can sequence through, and we will see that should just be a straight line in, which is good news for us for getting there early. No, what's going on here? Oh, that's the go around, that's fine. So Nemgu, Ropov, Anuka, and then the runway. Nemgu. Come on, charts. You can do it. Anuka 03. Anuka 03. In Bob. That's a good name. Nemgu, Ropov. There it is. And then Anuka. Okay, that's all good. So we'll insert that. That's a straight in RNAV. I don't know if Chaos is still here to say whether that's going to work or not. Nick K says, John Finnemore, who wrote Cabin Pressure, his dad was a 7.4 pilot. Now that makes sense because the research was second to none. That Cabin Pressure was such a joy to listen to, even as a commercial pilot, because it was so spot on for the things that go on in aviation, and all the problems and technicalities were all realistic enough to be believable. I loved it. Indeed, yeah, 4 prawns, I agree. Yeah. Tilt says, what do you think is the most important thing in the day of a real life pilot that the simulator can't simulate? It's going to be the oh, that's a good question. That's a really good question. The simulator can't quite capture. It depends what you're talking about. If it's like day-to-day operations, yeah, talking to ground and so on, you'll just be talking to one person. There's so many more distractions in real life than the simulators realistically can simulate, even with an instructor doing a good job of it behind you, because you'll just have people coming out of the flight deck, air traffic being so much more noisy, constant chatter going on the radio. That's not something that you have much of in simulators. I have been in one simulator that did have like a background radio simulation, and it would just sort of play chatter in the background, which is really handy. Because that is a big thing about flying. Like, your capacity can get zapped when you're just constantly listening to different noises. So things like that. The other thing, of course, is just the duration. In a simulator, you go in and you're quite intensely working, and then you come out again. Whereas in real life, big periods of low, like we talked about earlier, keeping yourself awake and engaged and managing your rest. On long haul, certainly, the simulator has nothing to do with that, and yet it's the biggest challenge of the job. It's your rest and sleep. You need a simulator of a hotel, where you go into a hotel and they simulate it being the middle of the day and everyone going in and out and slamming their doors because obviously it's the middle of the day and you're trying to sleep because you've got a flight that night, things like that. Right, what was I doing? I was doing charts. So that's the Ropov. We're going to pin that. I'm going to pin the VOR one just as a backup. In case this doesn't work, we can go around and do the VOR, because we could do this in track FBA. Does anyone know? Is this going to work? I haven't even done a non-precision in this. I'm guessing it's going to be via the approach button. It doesn't have a final app mode. In fact, let me check the documentation for it. Because I'm not sure it can. Interblue has realistic background ATC in his stream tutorials. Interesting, yeah. You don't see it much in full flight sims. Naomi says, sure, I can simulate that. My roommate will sometimes want to keep the TV on loud. Yeah, there you go. But the problem with background ATC chatter, and the reason it doesn't work in a simulator as well, is because you know the sound of your instructor. So you know when they're talking to you. The problem with constant ATC chatter is that any of those calls could be for you, so you have to always be listening to it. So even if you have like a recording playing in the background, it's not the same, because of course you can hear the recording versus when your instructor speaks to you as an pretending to be air traffic control, and that's a big change. Also weather, the sensation of flying, getting close to a big thunderstorm and needing to do something about it, or being pinned between a thunderstorm and mountainous terrain while you're flying an approach. This is stuff that simulators can't quite capture the real sensations that you get with that. Ben says, do you have to do long haul flights in a motion sim sat there for many hours? No, you do not. No. Ben says, no final lap, but it will follow the LNAV and in managed it will descend okay with just autopilot 1 engaged. Aha. Okay, so just do it like a managed descent. Yeah. Oh, well, let's do the VOR then. It does have a, it does say it has 3 degrees in here. It's tempting. It's tempting. These days, you would of course just do the RNAV. The VOR being a pretty old school way of doing it. We do actually have the option to do the VOR, even with a nice big course bar. It's pretty good. Although I would of course just use LNAV and then FPA, which is actually what we can do for this. Let's just do the RNAV with flight path angle. So change of plan. We'll unpin that. We'll just have the RNAV chart. That's all we need. And we'll fly to Ropov at 2,500. I'm actually going to scribble this out with a note in front of me because it's going to happen quickly. Because that's a low platform altitude. Ropov is at 2,500 feet. From there, we'll go down to 2,400 feet to Anuka. That is the platform altitude. Then we fly our descent, 3 degrees, which will do flight path angle, or VV as it's called here, down to runway 03. And minimums. Ooh, what category? So these different categories here are, we're going to be using LNAV minima only, continuous descent, final approach, CDFA. So that's us, 1,020. So they're luckily all the same, so 1,020. But yeah, I was curious actually which category. 787's D, but 320 was C. So yeah, I wonder what the 380 would be. It could be C because it has slow approach speeds. Or you can fly raw data visual, watch you struggle with this beast. Yeah. Raw data visual is fine. It works great in the 78 with the HUD, but it's a little bit difficult to judge the distances to the runway. I wonder if I can put in Flight Simulator, but I wonder if I can put in the fixed rings. Oof. Where would it be? Would I type on here? And I'm looking for a fix. I don't know where they put that. That's something that's hidden from me compared to compared to the 320. Yeah, I don't know. Won't worry about that. So anyway, we have a plan. Anuka, descend, 3 degrees from Anuka. So we'll get ourselves fully configured, level at 2,400 feet. I'll probably have the gear down at Ropov. Descent is only 100 feet difference, so we'll go gear down. Then we'll go to flap 3. Then we'll get to about half a mile before we'll go flat full, and then 0.3 miles before we'll pull 3 degrees and head down like that. That's what we used to do in the Flyby 32NX before it had final lap, so I think that's what we'll do here. And the magic is it's an Airbus, so it should behave in the same way. It should do anyway, we'll see. Click the first waypoint in the flight plan. Ah, that's not the first waypoint, is it? In Bob, it's the first waypoint. Straight to the balance. No. No worries. No problem at all. If I press destination, does it just jump to the end? I'm not sure. Anyway, next thing to do is landing performance. So let's have a go at that just to check that we can fit. And this will be embarrassing if we can't. I have to change the weather. Stand 5B is the only CODEF stand. Perfect. We'll go to stand 5B. Thank you. I think it's about the only one I can see on the chart. So we'll go for performance and tools. A380. There's so many Airbuses now. Look at that. Ridiculous. And EFRO. Runway 03. Let's take off. Landing performance. There we go. Should have started there. A380, come on. Wire. EFRO. 03. Wind 1105. -14. I love that it does it automatically. Wait, what are we going to land at? That's a fantastic question, and I'd love to answer that. So, I wonder which tab will show it. Perth, approach. Look at that, landing weight 338.2, currently 363, going to burn another 10 tons. Let's get this right. We're landing with 17, so we're going to... I think we'll land at 358. That seems very low. Because we should only burn another 6 tons, really. 7 tons. So I think we'll be landing about 355. So let's just do it at that. We'll see what happens with those weights later. 355,000. Flat full, certainly. Brake setting optimum. Yeah. Reverses, yes. We will use 5 knots. Good. We'll do in-flight method. Ah, that's interesting. In-flight is the calculation to work out the runway you're going to need. And there you go. You can see we do indeed fit. We have a slight headwind. Margin 1907. That's loads of room. Loads of room. That is, yeah, all good. And we can land up to 395 as the maximum weight. So if I, let's do it as a dispatch. It should just give us the maximum weight we can be. Oh no, it's doing it slightly differently. Interesting. No, it's done it the same way. Okay, fair enough. So let's put it back to in flight. And factored means we have a 15% factor. So we've got safety margin built in, and then we have more margin on that. So I'm quite comfortable with that. So what we're going to do is do brake to vacate. So let's put in that wind and the weather. That's Cirrus Pilot, good to see you. That Cirrus Pilot says, how did I miss this? Nice to see you live streaming again, like the good old days. I can't hang around long, so happy, Grimbo. Merry Christmas to you. Thanks for coming along, that Cirrus Pilot. Great to see you again, and we'll see you next time. And yeah, sorry, I only put the notification up last night. It was a little bit more last minute than I'd hoped, but yeah, thought we had to get stream in. So we're going to wind 1105 minus 14. 110. At 5. Minus 14. QNH of 984, low pressure. It's wintry conditions. Minimums, I do like that you can just type this in. So having to, the way you have to set up the 78 is not my favourite. 1020. Good. Over here we have the I don't know where it's getting that from. That's bothering me a little bit, so we'll check that again. But at the moment, a VRF of 130, config for 130, VAT 135, and I know that we can fit anyway because we've done the performance for a faster speed. So if we have to readjust that speed later on, we will. How come the Boeings don't annoy you to enter the QNH? No, the Boeing does, because typing the QNH, the barrow here is much easier on the Boeing. Excuse me. On the Boeing, you have to use that little dial, and it jumps in big steps, and it can be very frustrating. I do not think it's a very convenient way of doing it compared to just typing it in. I did see that INI is working on the L1011. Yeah, I am very excited for the TriStar. That's coming from INI builds. I think that'd be excellent. And I'm excited, of course, for the 350. But yeah, the retro, the TriStar is going to be amazing. It could be a bit of a handful. I think the systems are going to be surprisingly different to what we're used to. Right, go around tab. I'm going to leave as it is. I'm imagining that's what we're going to do. And so that's all set up now. Next is to do the brake to vacate. So what we're going to do is go to plan, zoom all the way in. That's Heathrow. I'm going to select EFRO here. Display. Let it load. How many pilots are there in the cockpit to fly the 380? 2 to fly it. On long flights for takeoff and landing, there'll be a third, maybe even a fourth pilot. But 2 flights to fly it. 2 pilots are all that you need to fly it. Here's the runway. We're landing not on 2-1, but we're landing on... Oh no, so this doesn't work. Yeah. So I can't really use brake to vacate because I would want to vacate. We have to come off here as our only option. So what we're going to have to do is backtrack. So there's a bit of a pain that we've actually come first. So if we said, let's tell it to vacate at Delta. Oh, I need to remember how to do this. I did a video on this. You can remember. Come on. Don't set that. I wanted to do Delta. My 03. I'm going to press it here. We've got 3,000 meters. Oh. I feel like I've missed some step here. Thanks, George Lumpkin. Good to see you again, George. I didn't say hello, but thanks for coming along. We'll see you on the next one. I maybe did say hello at the start. But Merry Christmas to you. Thanks so much for coming along. Select the runway first. Yes, of course. Thank you very much. It doesn't know the runway, even though I told it the performance. I need to actually go in and adjust it there. So we select 03. Now we choose the exit. Thank you. So there's the different settings it thinks we'll make. I'm not going to try and do a 360 on the runway, but I don't mind trying to do one at this taxiway. So if we roll out, we're going to need a big gap behind us, so sorry everyone else, but roll out, and I think I'll use this taxiway here like a turning pad and come back down. I think that looks good. We could cheat, but I don't know if we're actually going to fit on this taxiway, so we'll see. Maybe if it looks reasonable, I might just come off at Delta, even though the charts, you wouldn't do that in real life in a 380. But you know, we got to be a bit fair to everyone else in flight sim. But yeah, otherwise we'll do a 360 turn there, or 180 turn, sorry. But yeah, there we go. So we got runway 03, 3,000 meters, and turnaround time of, yeah, quite a long time, almost 3 hours. But that's good. Let's go to brake to vacate. I think I can set that on my little... No. Of course. The one time I can use the brake to vacate setting on my Thrustmaster, it didn't work. Set that there. Good. That's done. So that is, we've done our flight plan. We haven't got a progress page. We've done the performance. And yeah, I think even we can see, well, we don't have any nav to tune. I think we're in a good place. We've got the minimum, it's got the QNH. Let's go back to ARC. How are we coming up to the top of descent? Oh, good. We've got plenty of time. Nice change. Taxiway Delta, very narrow flume detector on Saturday. Yeah, I didn't realise Vatsim did a flight here already at the weekend. Apologies. So we may have to backtrack anyway. Right, that's the landing performance done. Nice. How's the fuel doing? 22.6. Still landing with 17 tons, but it's in a good place. Very good. Very good. Right, I'm going to put us on a very short break, and then we'll come back and finish up the charts and have a chat. Excellent. We're getting there. So, see you very, very shortly, just a couple of minutes. Right, we're back. Let's see. So, that's all looking good. How long have we got to go? 12:36. This reckons landing at 13:31. Under an hour to go. It is the home straight now. 240 miles to top of descent. Looking good on fuel. Looking good on weather. It could be contaminated runway, which will slightly mess up our landing performance there, so we'll have to be a little bit careful with that. This music here is not the intro track, Ben, so that's slightly different music there. This is a piece of music, I need to get the name right, but it's a piece of music that's from the YouTube sound library that I found, so apologies for that. HCR says, I don't think EFRO ever sees much more than a 321. No, this would be quite an event, I'm sure, 380 coming in. But they had the charts for it, that's why I thought we would do it. I feel a bit bad for 380, it was so anticipated. I don't know, you tell me if this is your experience of it as well, but Fly-by-Wire worked so hard on this, and then of course it just came out so close to Flight Simulator 2024. I don't feel like it got its true time to shine, because it is a glorious thing. Samson, see you next time. Can pilots listen to music or podcast? No, not do that. Did you ever fly to Slovenia? Yes, I have, Lucas. Yes, I have. Vuji flew on this route already. Excellent. Mango says, will the spoilers come out halfway like the A320 in flight? Question. I don't know what the spoiler criteria are. Let's see. That's full. I think they'll go full. And there you go. That's interesting. It went through Alpha Prot. I would have expected VLS to show, but not Alpha Prot. So let's get that nose back down. Interesting it pitched up so aggressively as well. Interesting. Anyway, it does look like they fully deployed there. It's a very, very tricky thing, overspeeding in the cruise. You've got to be so careful with the way you deploy the speed brakes and how quickly you retract them. The Airbus, actually, the 320 retracts them very slowly, automatically. On the Boeing, you have to retract them at the same rate that you deployed them because they will just respond directly to the speed brake lever. Lucas says, so what do you think about my country, Slovenia? I thought it was lovely. I absolutely loved the times I visited Slovenia. I think it's a fantastic country. Dream Lagoon, that's the one, Nick K. Well done. Yes, Dream Lagoon, well done. Mr. Banana says, I feel like the 380 wouldn't do that. Yeah, I would expect VLS to come up through, you know, like that. It could be that I just deployed it too quickly. Yeah, I don't know whether it allows. Remember, only the 320 only deploys half speed brake. The 319 and 21 deploy full. Although the reason for that, someone did point out to me, is that the 320 speed brakes actually have more travel than the other ones. That's why it does that. Do you know how many countries you've been to? No, I don't know, actually. Do you have a favourite airport to fly into? Well, on short haul, I had a few. I love flying into Naples. Places I'd like to visit would be places like, you know, I like going around the Mediterranean, certainly Rome, Athens. These are lovely places to go. Nice. But in terms of actual flying, Corfu, Naples, these are real fun ones. Malta, very nice for a visual approach. Enjoyed that. Bilbao, spectacular. So these are some ones I quite enjoyed doing. On long haul, it's a bit different. I don't really go to any places often enough to pick a favourite. And you tend to just, you know, you've flown so far, you're more just trying to make sure you get it all safe and right first try. And you're not flying such sort of dynamic approaches as you might have done in the 320. Yeah, Malta indeed, Brandon, yeah. Yeah, it's a great one. I've flown with several different airlines. And he says, I also love flying into Naples because it usually means I'm going to spend a week in Sorrento. Yeah, another reason to enjoy it. Absolutely. Your home base must be on top too, that feeling of coming home. You would think so. Yeah, that's a fair point. It is obviously a little less interesting, I suppose, because it's your home base, so you know it. But it is a nice feeling to come home, certainly. I'm actually going to have to... Let's see, I was hoping to be about midday here. But I've missed it. I'm just going to rewind time slightly because there's not going to be much chance to see anything, so this is about as high as the sun is going to get. Yeah, moon, fantastic. So we'll just keep the sun up a bit longer. All the excited people on board to go and see Father Christmas in Lapland. Now I wonder why it's called VV. I don't know what that stands for. It was the flight path vector, velocity vector. Is that what it is? Mr. Banana says, I know Aero News Germany, a Condor 330 Neo pilot, likes Frankfurt for that exact reason. Fair enough. Yeah, I wouldn't... Frankfurt is actually, for a visitor, Frankfurt's quite a confusing airport to fly into, and it can be quite an interesting one. I wouldn't put it at the top of my list. So many runways to be changed onto and so many different arrivals to be given. Velocity vector says that way. There we go, yeah. SB says, why does the 320 go to Cat 3 single first and then Cat 1? Once disconnecting the autopilot, shouldn't it go directly from Cat 3 dual to Cat 1? Goodness me, that's a good notice. I can't say I got an answer for that one. It could be just the way it disconnects. It could be it thinks it's okay for a second and then the second autopilot drops out. It could disconnect one then the other. I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, even on one autopilot, it should be... It can do... No, one autopilot with Cat 3 single. So yeah, maybe it takes the autopilots out one then the other. I don't know. Mark H says, Frankfurt lost my bags, not my favourite. Yes, that'll do it. That's a good way to not be your favourite. By the way, what about the Jet Blast in Flight Simulator for 2024? Isn't it good? Much better than what we have here. This isn't bad, and I think Flywire coded it nicely, but a lot of the Jet Blast in 2020 just looks like it's coming out at about 2 miles an hour. I think it's nice. 2024 version is much better. Good thing now is we're getting into sort of a more realistic 380 operating environment. We're near the end of the flight. This is the amount of fuel you'd have, and this is the weight we'd be at, you know, so it should be a little more realistic. Now the fuel is going down, 16.7. It's getting there. Crossing the Atlantic, is it annoying seeing only water for so many hours? Asks Peter DR. When you cross the Atlantic, you will barely ever see the water. I don't cross the Atlantic a lot. Some pilots on long haul will do it a lot. Depends on your route network, on your fleet. But whenever I do cross the Atlantic, it's rare to see the water at all. It's so cloudy, and that's summer and winter. It's not a big ocean to look at, maybe until you get further south. The northern bit just has so much cloud cover that you very rarely notice that it's all water around you. You just get sort of glimpses of it. The Pacific Ocean is a little more, the bits I've flown over are a little more, I've seen a little more of the water there, a little clearer. But the North Atlantic, yeah, very rare. So no, it doesn't really matter. You're still just looking at the screen like this, and you've still just got the lines pointing to where you're going. And the thing on long haul is you just don't see a picture like this. Normally, you'd see that. And then you might have an alternate, and you might need to zoom out to 600, 1200 miles to see it, and it's like over here, and your line just goes here, like maybe past it, maybe not, maybe it's down over here off the map. Something I like about the 7.8 is the big navigation display. You can get a lot of information on it, and it is nice and clear. Whereas this is obviously an old school sort of, this is narrow navigation display. We've moved on from this style now. 350 has a much bigger one. Oh no, 350 has the map thing on the side instead, doesn't it? It has it down here. But yeah, you don't get this sort of short haul comforting picture like that. I can tell you that. Are you flying to new places to cover for the 7.8 engine problems at all? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's changed. I don't think the 7.8 engine problems are stopping them from flying certain routes. I think it's just they're just needing bits worked on sooner than they should do. I think. I'm not an engineer. Tom says, I've seen the Faroe Islands maybe twice in 50 flights as passengers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sums it up. It's very rare. Thomas Gray says, how did you find using HF radio across the ocean, presumably for the first time with the 787? Yeah, that's a whole new experience for me. I have had HF radios before on 320s that I've flown, but haven't really used them in the oceanic sense. So yeah, it's easy. 787 HF system is very good. It's just baked into the airplane. It's as easy as using the VHF radio. It really is. You just have to know the call sign, what you're trying to say. That's the difference. So getting used to that, just figuring out, well, what am I asking? What do they need to hear? What do I want to hear? And getting it all right so that you're not embarrassing yourself on the radio. But it is funny. It's funny you ask that, because the first time you do your HF call, you know, you do feel a bit like you're back at flight school making your first radio call, because it's suddenly so different. Marks as Greenland is boring to fly over. It's just white below, blue above. That's it for ages. Now, Greenland, if you get the chance to see it, I find it really nice to fly over. It is big, and it depends which angle you're flying over it. I wish I could show you an en route map. Let's try this. Greenland is one of the more spectacular things to fly over if you get to see it, and it does sometimes break the cloud cover because the ground heats it up enough. Oh, here we go. See all my old routes used for videos. That was our last stream. No, it wasn't. That was June. I don't know what that was. That was our last stream. No, it wasn't. Anyway, here's Iceland. Very small. North Atlantic tracks. If you're going over, the classic London to JFK route, will take you probably south of those two. Lots of America, you'd go south. But if you're going further, if you're going over to the west coast or middle of America, then you may well go like this, which is crazy. And I can tell you, this area is so remote, and yeah, you're so far from airports here. Over the Atlantic, you feel much closer because you've got Iceland up here, and Greenland has an airfield here. But yeah, Greenland, if you're flying over this bit here, it's so stunning because what you get areas that are so deep in snow, you cannot tell if it's clouds or snow. It's absolutely amazing. You're just flying over this sort of merging of clouds and snow, and you look out the window, it will look like this, obviously much lower down, and then you just see that it's actually turned into snow and just heading out like that. It's a remarkable place. Yeah, but it is vast. It is vast. Crash Ed, good to see you. Ed's been very active in the community, of course. Ed says, great to see a live stream to an airport that I visited a lot in the past. Sorry I can't make it tonight, work Christmas do, but we'll catch up tomorrow. Have a great flight. Thanks so much for stopping by, Ed. Enjoy your work Christmas do. I'm sure that'll be fantastic. Sorry it's I'm doing this not on a weekend, on a Sunday. Would have been better, but there we go. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for your support, and we'll see you next time. Really appreciate it. Vuti2, thank you so much, Vuti2, for the £20 super chat. Vuti2 says, really enjoying the stream as always. Have an excellent Christmas. Look forward to the 100k sub stream. Thanks so much, Vuti2. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we will reach 100,000 subs. I mean, it's hard to believe it's possible, but it's looking closer than ever, isn't it? It's yeah. We've passed 90. We passed 91, haven't we? So we're at 90. What are we at now? 91 and a bit. Yeah, 91.4. So thank you all for subscribing. It makes a big difference to the channel, and if we reach 100k, that'd be just amazing. Absolutely amazing. What a number to reach. It's hard, again, hard to believe we're at 91. So thank you so much for the people subscribing, and thank you, Vuti, for that very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your support. Yeah, very generous, very kind. Thank you. Google says the channel has grown amazingly. Yeah, it's down to you guys. Thank you so much for making it such a friendly, enjoyable place to be. And like I say, I can only apologise. The streams have been so absent. So I can get those. There we go. A bit of light in here. How are we doing? Yeah, working out nicely. $40 minutes to touchdown. Starting to descend fairly soon. Lost our top of descent. Oh, I got a decel marker, but no top of descent marker. But there we go. But yeah. Thank you, Boost 2. Appreciate it. Free Scratch says, do you wear SPF when flying during daylight usually? Now that is a debate amongst pilots that continues to rage on. Do you need to wear sun cream flying? I never did. Flying short haul, I never wore sun cream. You are up and down, and sort of, you rarely found yourself sitting with the sun in your face. On long haul, I do wear moisturiser with sun cream in it, and the reason is you sit there with the sun beaming in for potentially hours. You got to remember, if you're flying west, we're obviously flying east into the darkness here, so it gets darker quicker. So I wouldn't necessarily do it for this flight, or if I was going east. But if you're going west, you could sit in the sun for, way past a normal day, and that's a long time, and you're up in thinner air. And I don't know whether these windows reflect it or not. I don't think many people do know whether these windows are UV resistant or protect you. I really don't know. Mr. Banana says Greenland also now has Nook, which some airlines are starting using as an alternate. There you go. Another reason. Yeah. Free Scratch says, I agree. Just did a route back from Haneda over Alaska and Greenland on the way back to Heathrow, and it was really pretty, I thought. Yeah, Greenland is, if the weather's nice enough to see it. Peter DR says, as ham radio amateur, I had 3 real-life pilot contact on HF frequencies during their flight. Now, I don't know what the rules are about that. But yeah, interesting. Santiago Perez says, how's the Northern Lights this time of year? They can be spectacular. Again, especially if you're on, I mean, I have seen Northern Lights as strong as, if you picture like the most classic nature documentary or whatever picture of the Northern Lights, it is possible to see that flying long haul. And of course, you get such a good view on the flight deck. So if you're up here, you can get stunning views. I've been here with them, and I've been up here with them passing south of you, and all over the sky, just glowing, and it's really quite amazing. Really amazing. And you can see them moving. You see it literally dancing around your eyes. Usually only for a couple of hours, but again, the great thing as a pilot is that you're above the clouds, so if you go on holiday to try and see them, you can often get stuck in cloud cover in winter. But yeah, here you get that advantage. So yeah, absolutely amazing. It's a shame. I'd like to sort of share that stuff with you a bit more. And it's frustrating as well, because often, obviously, it's a night flight, so you're going to have the passengers asleep, so you can't really make an announcement to say Northern Lights are outside if you want to look outside. I think it'd be cool if we could put that through like the in-flight entertainment and a little message pop up saying if you want to look outside of Northern Lights. But also on a plane like the 380, if you think of the proportion of passengers that actually have a window, it's quite low, so it could perhaps cause more issues like that as well. Now this 380 does have a bug, which I'm hoping we don't run into, where the nose does just start to pitch up and up and up suddenly, so we'll see if we can avoid that in the descent. A320 Sim Pilot super fan. It's good to see you. I haven't spoken to you in a long time. They say the legend is back streaming. Sorry I'm late, usually didn't notify me. Sorry about that. Yeah, make sure you have the bell ticked, I suppose, is what I can think of. But yeah, thanks so much for coming along. We are what, how long are we going? 3 hours 30? Is that right? 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 3 hours 20-ish. Yeah, goodness me. Yeah. Yeah, it would be great. It would be great just to share that. I don't know what's possible. But yeah, those are great places to see it. And I would imagine up here as well. Of course, generally just being more north. Although you can see it surprisingly south, and sometimes you can be far north and not see it when someone much further south of you does. It just depends where they are at that time. Free Scratch says, does it matter to you if you're cruise relief pilot or the initial crew? Is there much preference? It does matter, yeah. So cruise relief won't do any of the flying on that sector. It can be various combinations. You can have 2 captains, you can have 2 first officers, but you'll always have obviously a captain. You can also have 4 pilots, 2 captains, 2 first officers, or 3 first officers and a captain, whatever you want. Being the cruise relief pilot is, some people like it, some people don't really like it. That's all I can say. I don't mind it. It's nice every now and then. You get quite a nice view of things, because the cruise relief pilot is obviously on the jump seat, so they're going to get a nice overview of what's going on. It's a bit like being in the simulator in the back, so you get a good you get to absorb a lot of information and see something. So if you're flying somewhere for the first time, it's nice to go as a cruise relief pilot because you can see everything. But of course that's not always possible. But yeah, some people don't like it. Also, the rest is obviously divided up in different ways, so not always popular for being a third pilot because you won't get your choice of rest, whereas the pilots who are going to do the actual landing will. Ian would like to see the teardrop approach into 06 Nairobi International. I haven't seen that one before. Teardrop into Nairobi. 06. Brandon says it's probably a weird question, but when flying at night, have you ever seen anything strange? Yes. I think it's fair to say. Stuff that I can't on short haul, I would see things that, you know, satellites, shooting stars, other aeroplanes. On long haul, there are sometimes lights and so on that you just can't attribute to being obviously those same things. Now, it doesn't mean that there's anything exciting going on, it just means I don't know what it is. But certainly things have caught your eye, yeah. Also, obviously, you're in much darker areas, so there's flying over Europe, you spend a lot of your time over built up areas, so unless there's good cloud cover, you don't get a very good view of the above you. But on the long flights, you do, yeah. Paul Prawn says, I'd love to see Northern Lights from the plane. Yeah, it's spectacular. And you're moving so fast, you know, they're sort of just passing by you. It's great. Young Gun says, I'm learning about point merge. What are your thoughts on it versus more traditional arrival sequences? Is there much difference to the pilot? Yeah, there is a big difference to pilots. I'll show you what Young Gun's talking about. It's a good question. I think we have time here. Point merging is a way, let's go to a classic point merge system in Dublin. Point merging is a way to avoid air holding in theory. So here is a point merge system where you fly in, you fly around this arrival like this, it goes on forever, but you want to land over here. And what air traffic will do is break you off and let you fly the ILS. So you'll fly this part and then they'll say, right, in you come, and then you land. Pilots, I have mixed feelings about them. It's nice not to fly aerial holding, of course, and it's more efficient. The downside of this is you basically have to be ready to fly an approach straight away. So aerial holding, you'd fly in a circle, and it's inefficient because you are flying in a circle, obviously, burning fuel. The plus point of a hold is holds are stacked. So you'd have someone in the hold at the bottom at flight level 80, typically is near the bottom of the holds around the UK and Ireland, as you can see here, 80, Northern Europe in general, really. So you're at that low level and you're flying in circles. That wouldn't be very efficient. But what nearly always happens is the airport's busy, so there's holding. So you enter the hold much higher because there's airplanes in it beneath you. So you enter the hold at like flight level 140, and then as each airplane is taken off beneath you, you'll fly around and in. So you'll then fly your hold and you're gently descending the whole time. And that's a very efficient way of flying an airplane. The engines are right back. It's just sort of gently gliding around in a circle, spiraling down. The great thing about that is you spent most of your delay fuel, the fuel you're going to burn, in the cruise. You stayed up higher in the thinner air, so you burnt less fuel flying here because you weren't as low down as you would have been. And then you had the engines right back at idle, did a nice efficient descent, get to the level, and then you come off and fly the approach. Perfect. The problem with point merge is if they do it like this, where this, you can see, is restricted to flight level 80 all the way around. The reason it's like that is so that at any point you could be taken off, or one of the reasons is that at any point you can be taken off and you're low enough to then make the approach. Because of course there's no point of having this system. Instead, you're just too high, you're here, you can't make it down and in anyway. So what's the point? You've got to fly the whole thing. It's not very efficient. It's like holding when you didn't need to. So this one is planned. I think this is over planned. There may be reasons for it. I'm sure there are that I don't know. But it's not great, is it, that you have to be at flight level 80 and all the way around, because pilots hate flying level. We have to spend, we are trained and encouraged so much by different airport charts not to fly level because it's not efficient. If you can just descend all the way into the airfield, that's perfect continuous descent to what we often aim for, and this sort of ruins that. Also, this can have a negative impact where air traffic control doesn't quite want you entering this, so you end up holding, then you end up flying this whole thing. Which brings me to my third point, which is you don't know how much of this you're going to fly. So if you have to hold here, you've got to have also the fuel to fly all of this and then the approach, which is a lot of fuel. So you end up carrying loads of fuel because you just don't know how much of this massive track mileage you're going to fly. And let's say the airfield's empty, you've still got to have the fuel to fly all of this, because even if it's unlikely, you don't need to do it. Whereas if it was a hold, but you knew you weren't expecting holding that day, weather was good, airport was quiet, whatever, then you wouldn't have to carry that fuel. So it's another inefficiency. So those are my thoughts on it. It leads to some problems if it's not used properly, and it can be another thing for pilots to get caught out by. Pilots have to consider it carefully because you don't want to get stuck high. Another great one is Rome. You've got me onto a real soapbox here. It's a great question. So let's have a look at a Rome point merge. So there's a Rome one. So same thing here, right? You've got these holds, and then you need to have the fuel to fly all of this. But the chances are, of course, you won't do that. You'll come in. Now, if the airport's really busy, the dream scenario is that instead you will just fly from here, and instead of having to hold, you'll just follow it around the whole way. You've already got the fuel in your plan, so you don't need extra fuel. And then you're here, and then you can go in. And you'll notice this one is better because it has minimum altitudes, but it's not as restrictive on the flight levels. You can be between 1.5 and 1.9 there, and you need to be between 6,000 and 9.0 there, but it's not the same as that one in Dublin where they just want you at 8.0 for the whole thing for some reason. So this one you could fly a nice gentle descent, and I think that's a good way to do it. Have it so that it is a gentle descent, but the one thing is pilots need to be aware that if they're expecting to get taken off it and join the ILS, that they are ready to dive down. And this one's far enough away from the airfield that even if you're at 190 here and you stay at that for a while and then gently trickle down, you can do it. You can still do it. But yeah, they do introduce complexity for the pilots, and that one in Dublin, for example, I think is an interesting case, an interesting use case of it. But flying all of this at the same level is a lot of fuel. It's a lot of fuel if you have to do it. Much more than a hold would have been if you were descending in that hold. Mark Berger says, if wind at the arrival airport is variable 3 knots, for instance, what to put in your MCDU? Now that's a great question. It's not the end of the world. I wouldn't get too excited. I don't know if the A380 has ground speed mini. Let me look that up. No, I don't think it does. I'm not certain of that. Anyway, if you're talking about a 320, putting the wind in here in the approach page of the performance tab, the reason you want it accurate is because it will adjust how much wind correction it applies to the approach speed as you come down using ground speed mini. It doesn't actually matter that much if you're not using ground speed mini. The 787, for example, you don't write in that wind. My point being, if you put in a larger tailwind than there is on the ground, then the airplane will see the strong headwind and it might increase your approach speed too much. If you put in a larger headwind, it might not increase your approach speed enough in terms of the ground speed mini. So variable 3 is a tricky one. You could just put in 0, you could put in 3 knot tailwind. It's only going to make 3 knots difference in any case to any of the numbers. But yeah, what I would put in, potentially 0. In terms of your performance, for calculating your performance, crucially, you must put in the tailwind. So you would put in at least 3 knots. Worst case. That's what I'd do for the performance calculation, i.e. how much runway do we need to land. But in terms of what you put into the box, yeah, not such an issue. Have I talked right through top of descent? Wouldn't surprise me. 120 miles to go. Wind coming from behind and left. I think we are there. Unbelievably. I'm surprised it hasn't demanded we go down yet. Yeah, I think we're past it. I mean, 120 miles is about right. This is a draggy enough airplane. We are at 40,000 feet though, so let's get going now. We'll start with 100s, as is tradition. Oh, there we go, 1,200 feet. It's 1,200 feet beneath us. We're not that high. That's lucky. Let's do it managed descent. Cross idle DES, managed speeds. Oh, well that's ridiculous speed to descend that. There we go. Just do it in selected speed. You were on top of descent as you said that, says BQ. Excellent. SB says, bye, time for me to sleep. Have a good one. Thanks for the great stream. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. See you next time. Thanks for coming along. Mr. Banana says, I would imagine point mergers are way simpler for ATC to deal with. I would think so, yes. I think they have a capacity advantage, yes. Does the plane automatically adjust for cold weather operations, correct altitude for landing? Some airplanes do. I think the 380 and 350 would. Some airplanes don't, like the 320. Here's a question. My frame rates on the PFD are very bad in the 380. In the 777 from PNG, you can adjust that. Do I need to change the refresh rate in Microsoft Flight Simulator for this? Because it's worse than the other airplanes, certainly. Why is the descent speed so slow? Anyway, we'll soon catch that 1,000 feet below. No trouble at all. Love it. Into the gloom. Screenshot that. Yeah, that could be the glass cockpit refresh setting. Yeah, I agree. Now, I don't know how fly-by-wire calculated the descent performance of the 380, but I do wonder how draggy it is or isn't. There we go. We've captured it. I think we can manage speed. Excellent. Excellent. Fuel on board, how much do we have? 16.6 tons. Okay. So yeah, I think the aeroplane was right. This figure in here, this has been wrong. That's going to keep dropping, I suspect. Because we've got 16.2 landing figure. Well, we've got 16.5 right now. And we're still burning through 700, 1,400 kilos an hour, even at idle. Mark H says, what aircraft are you most looking forward to being released? And for Mark H, it's the Bluebird 787. I would say that's the top one. That does look excellent, and I love the Bluebird 757, if I didn't say that. That's one of mine, definitely. Love the 757. We've flown it a lot on the channel. I can't wait. We haven't had it since X-Plane. Not had one to fly, so I've been missing it. Next up would be, I'm now excited about the TriStar, definitely. From any builds. TriStar would be awesome. That'd be really cool. Could be a bit of a handful. Needs 3 pilots, I believe. But yeah. Vice One says A380 isn't slippery plane. This thing stops. Yeah, it's got a lot of drag, I would have thought. 4 engines means a lot of drag. If you bring them all to idle, I think they would do quite a lot. And obviously the fuselage is not that slippery. It is heavy though. We are at a reasonably heavy weight for the descent. And speed. So yeah, thrust idle. It's sort of its descent is a little too. It's getting more drag than it needs, certainly, or than it was expecting. What I was going to do was something really super important, and I've already forgotten it. What was it? Checklists. There's an approach checklist, so that will be later once we go on to Q&H. We talked about the arrival. We've got the charts here. We're going straight to Ropov. The MSAs are low, 2,400 feet. I suppose we should have the star chart up as well, which we've got. And that is indeed the one for 03. MSA, yeah, 24. It's low there as well. Flight level 100 at Nemgu. That's the way we're coming in. So that's what we've got in the window. Perfect. And then we've got our taxi charts already there. Back and out. We'll see how close They are behind us though, as to whether that's sensible or not. Ooh, good to see. One, two, 1, 3. Excellent. Wonder if they're tired of Santa call signs coming in. Okay, that's looking good. Right, we are Santa 24. Santa 24 Super descending, flight level 100.
Santa 24, good evening. Expect Alice, runway 21. When ready, descend to flight level 100. You are cleared for the Nebgu 3 Charlie arrival.
Descend flight level 100. Nemgu 3 Charlie arrival. Expect ILS 21. Santa 24. There we go. 8 is the EFRO. So they clearly prefer a tailwind onto 2-1. So that's two things. We're now going to be low because we've got further to go. So I'm going to put it into vertical speed.
Expect ILS 21 at your destination.
The wind was light enough, frankly, that it's not going to make a difference. We have the 380 has a nice and low approach speed, so that gives it a good chance of stopping on lots of runways. It's a big advantage. It's just super restricted by its wingspan and weight. There's more of an issue here. Isn't someone doing a Comet, says Tom? A Comet would be very cool in Flight Simulator. Again, tricky for single pilot, I'd imagine. Right, let's rerun the performance.
Last station, second. United Delta Papa, success push. United Delta Papa, push and start is approved. United just 984, call for taxi.
Current weight,
United
355.
Push and start approved and work over. United Delta Papa.
What else does it want to know? Why does it say NA? It'll say the airplane, haven't we? 800 fly by wire. 2-1.
Lufthansa 8 Victor Romeo descend flight level 70 direct to
full.
Delhi. Victor Echo
Calculates.
Mike India.
Bit of a tailwind. 2 knots. Lots of space there.
Lufthansa 8 Victor Romeo helps key control.
Good. So as ever, we're going to have to change this round in the descent. Click. I hope this works. It's always a bit of a push of the avionics here. Runway 21.
Flight level 70.
RS 21, I'm imagining the Zulu. Nemgu 3 Charlie.
Victor Romeo, the waypoint is Victor Echo Mike India.
Zoom in. Plan. Via Beckett. Let's just check the star charts for that. Beckett, yep. That's the initial fix. Come on, let me pin it, please. What's going on here? Well, anyway, Nemgu 3 Charlie, 100 at Nemgu, and then round we go. Above 100 at Nemgu, sorry. The only thing I'm trying to check is, does it need a via? Probably does, yeah, Beckett. No, not going to like that. Let's insert that as it is. And let's see what we need to do. So Beckett and then approach, ILS 021. Oh, there it is, yeah, Beckett and then Nipak and then INSAR. Low MSAs, 2,400 feet, low platform, so I want to be gear down, flap 2, and then as we start down, flap 3, flap full. Landing elevation 610 feet, so that's only 2,000 feet above. So at INSAR, just fully configure. Gear down, flat 3, flat full. Minimum's now going to be 810. Put that in. Bit lower, which might help us. Coming full. Weather's the same. Good. Now we're just getting ourselves a little bit high, so we'll go back to managed. Push slide with Des. 20,000 feet. And what I wanted to do is go back to the flight plan and just check through it. Make sure it all makes sense. So in Bob. So it does have a discontinuity here.
United Delta Papa taxi and line up runway 12 via Uniform Tango and Alpha.
Is that connected up?
Taxi and line up runway 12 via Uniform
It doesn't seem to work. It seems to confuse it. What if I insert it?
Just letting you know we will
It does work. There we go.
While it's sliding up and down the way here.
Good. There we go. Finally, it's figured it out. So it slows down. So let's see how good the VNAV is.
We're sliding across the apron, so we will need a bit longer than usual.
Oh dear. It's not sounding good for us then.
Okay, copy that. Call ready for departure.
Why has it gone so far below the altitude?
We will call.
Oh, it's because I've changed the arrival. So I'll give it a chance there. Good. It's extended our arrival time a little bit. But that's no trouble. Performance. Good. So now, normal LS. Just got to bring up the LS button, something you don't have to do on the Boeing, one of the few things you don't have to do.
And flight level 70. Lufthansa 88, turn around, descend 3,000 feet on Helsinki QNH. I will call you back via Vemi direct basics, cleared for the ILS, runway 22 left.
Spango says, what are the reasons pilot use flat 3 or flat 25 instead of flat full on landing? So flat 25 in the 787 is the more common option, whereas in the short-haul Boeings, flat full would be more normal. I can't tell you what the 380 would do normally. I'm guessing flat full, just because of the brake energy and size of it, but I genuinely don't know for sure. The reason is, it depends on the aircraft. Flat full would be used for shorter runways. It would also be used to reduce the temperature of the brakes, and it can be used to allow for more landing weight and that sort of thing. Flat 3 would be used for efficiency. It's a bit quieter, it burns less fuel. Also, it can give you better go-around performance because you've got less drag outs. If you might find that some airports require you to use less flat for landing because it means you can go around. Somewhere that's hot and high with a long runway, somewhere like Mexico City. Yes, brake to vacate, thank you. That's a great spot. We do need to change that, so we're going to go to
Helsinki Control, good evening, with Malta 101, do you read me?
With Malta 101, now I read you back.
Runway 21.
For the net good 3 Charlie, arrival for runway 21, descent flight level 100,
and now,
for traffic
we want to vacate.
Second, with Malta 101.
Is that even possible?
Malta 101, you are cleared for the name good 3 Charlie.
Let's just check the charts.
Flight level 100.
Cleared for Namgo 3 Charlie, runway 21.
We can do either, so let's aim for Bravo.
Scenery, November, descent 4,000 feet. Helsinki, QNH, 985.
How do we clear this out? Runway 21. Let's turn off the BTV.
GenX 180, hotel, you are cleared for runway 16, wind is 130.7, now need to read back. GenX 180, Quebec Hotel, you are cleared to land runway 16, wind is 130.7.
It's got this all the wrong way round still. I might push this too far.
Hello, good evening, this is Airbus 622 November, flight level 370.
Ah, there we go, 21. Gotta click on the actual number. So I reckon some dry and wet. So let's go for Bravo in the wet. Set brake to vacate. I think that'd be best. Speed, there's nav 1.1. Okay, good. So now we got set up for the brake to vacate. on Bravo. And it'll show us that again as we come into land. It may shout at us to say that the runway doesn't fit. It's a clever system. Right. Awesome. So it's all happening. Airfield's over there.
Lufthansa 1 Whiskey, Helsinki Control.
It's going to be typically gloomy for our arrival. Beautiful. Right, let me get the replay software up and running.
3 Charlie arrival for runway 21, descent flight 100.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, Charlie dispatch.
Hopefully it doesn't break anything. Okay. Just about. Right, coming to 10,000 feet, landing lights on, seatbelts on.
Center 24, fly direct to Vekip, descend, flight level 70.
Fly direct to Vekip, descend, flight level 70, Santa 24.
With Malta, same for you, fly direct to Vekip.
Right, that's perfectly safe, flight level 70, and direct to Vekip.
Direct to Vekip,
oh, no, Vekip.
Descend, flight level 70 with Malta 101.
Direct, inset. Nav, Vekip, perfect.
Helsinki Control Lila.
Speed mode.
Alpha Mike at Helsinki Malta Airport, stand 121.
What was the last QNH we saw?
QNH 985. Request clearance to
984, so let's just put that in. Ready to go.
Stand by, expect runway 22 right for departure.
Such a low pressure. That would explain the strong winds between the two places. That is a ridiculous difference in pressure for a 3-hour flight. Beautiful.
Senior 8 Delta Papa, wind is 0907 knots, runway 12 cleared for takeoff.
12 cleared takeoff, Senior 8 Delta Papa.
Lufthansa 1 with gear reduce speed 230 knots or less.
Looking good. Right, we'll also put on LS. Romeo Oscar 111.7. Let's check our charts.
Julius, Sweden, control 131.13, goodbye.
Pins.
Sweden 131.
RS21. And what we didn't check is the DME 0.2 RO. Yeah, pretty close to matching. And if we go around straight ahead to Ropov, 2,500 feet, so about 2,000 feet above the ground. Pretty low down, but that's fine. So 2,000 feet for the go around. And frequency 111.7 for the ILS DME. 111.7.
Flight level 120, clear for the leg
Good stuff. Now we're light, and this is, like I say, a normal position for 380. We don't need loads of fuel in the airplane. It's so light with that big wing. It doesn't even need much flap. It takes its flap a bit later than the 787 would. It's amazing. Just need to wait for the QNH and then we'll do the approach check. I'm pretty sure that's the way around it will be. Love these blue screens up here. Just modelled so well.
Lufthansa, Finnair 8 November, wind is 280.17 knots, runway 22, left clear to land.
Is the ATC audio quality as worse as in VATSIM? It says normal. Yes, and it can be much worse than this. So I tell you that, this is relatively clear. You can get some really interesting audio quality. There's the town. I recognise that. We've been here before. I love it.
3,000 feet, could you repeat the heading again?
Right, 1,000 feet to go then, leveling at 70.
Senior 8 November, tail left to B6, QNH is 985 and descend to 3,000 feet.
I'm surprised the airplane planned to be 70 here, but that's what it wanted. So question here about landing lights retracting. These ones are on or off because these are in the wing route. But on the 320 they retract because they pop out from the wing route. And indeed they do cause a bit of drag. So you don't want to leave them out full flight. If they get stuck out, there is actually an MEL procedure where you can fly with them stuck out, but you have an increased fuel burn penalty. Interesting view. Where's the track mileage to go? There, 28 miles. That's quite clever. So it actually has the distance to the runway. You don't need to type it into the progress page. It's already here. 27 miles. We need 21. I do want to descend soon. I probably just missed the radio call. So I might have to ask.
Delta Papa 4900.
Delta Papa Helsinki control radar contact flight level 370.
I love that Airbus put the lights underneath there still. Flight deck's getting a bit bright.
Delta 24 descend 2,500 feet, QNH 984. Via the keep and ILS 2 procedure cleared for the ILS runway 21.
Thank you. Descend 2,500 feet, QNH 984, ILS Zulu 21. We're clear for the ILS Zulu 21, Santa 24.
JMC 24 Mike Charlie, descend flight level 80, turn left heading 360.
Right.
For separation.
Descend to flight level
2,500. I'm going to do it in vertical speed. I want to keep control of it now.
JMC 24 Mike Charlie.
Try 2,000 feet per minute. I'm going to activate the approach phase as well. We need to set QNH 984, set both sides. That has helped us because obviously we're a bit lower than we thought we were. And I want to bring the speed back. So to do that, I'm going to go to performance. Perth. Activate approach. Confirm. Now it should bring back the target speed to min clean speed. So we'll get energy out of the airplane. 5,000 feet above the ground. 19 miles to go. That's good. We're just a bit fast.
Stopping descent now.
So speed brake time. Speed brake's coming out.
Traffic inside JMC 24 Mike Charlie.
With Malta 101.
As we've seen, they're quite effective.
Expedite descent for traffic.
It's funny that the outboard part of the spoilers, I mean, they run across the whole wing, but it's funny that the outboard part goes up so much higher than the inboard. You would think you would do it the other way around to avoid the wings flexing around, but there we go.
With Malta 101,
so I think our altitude is actually quite fine. We need to use the speed, so we're doing 1,800 feet per minute for now. 500 feet per minute. Speed brake's going away, and we'll take flaps 1. Flaps 1. Now, I want to sort of reduce the lighting a bit. These lights are a bit too bright. I don't think I'm going to get the chance. Flaps 1 are out. Around the turn we go. We're clear for the ILS. It's only 2,500. Next is the approach checklist. Power ref, 2,500. About 1,000 feet up here with terrain. We know it's about 600 feet, so that's not too far off. The cold weather and the low pressure correction are going to mean that we could be a little bit lower. You would normally correct those. Although minus 14 could be just within limits actually. Minimums we've got 810 and auto brake BTV and BTV. Checklist complete. Next is the landing checklist. Speed brakes are away. Look at that, 190 knots with just flaps 1. Very good. Very good. Look at that, awesome. What a machine. Let's take flaps 2. You can hear that whine. I am going to record the landing. Good point. Record going. Thank you. I will forget if I leave it any later. There's the runway. So above 2,500 here, which we'll meet. And here you go. Now the difference is about 700 feet, so that's looking a bit more normal. We perhaps slowed down a little much here, 160 knots. So we'll keep the speed for now, but we're only 10 miles out. This is misleading. It's such a short final approach here.
Descend 2,500 feet via Vekip for ILS Zulu runway 21.
Beautiful. I remember doing this in the same sort of weather last time.
Code once established with Malta 101.
Round the corner we go. It's all identified. Approach autopilot. Cat 3. Dual, AP1+2. Just like good old 320.
Descend 3,500 feet on QNH 984 hectopascals, JMC 24 Mike Charlie.
Oh, where's the control for that middle light? That's going to bother me now. That's the one. I think that's the floodlight. Yeah, that's those. Nice. There we go. That's a bit better. Keep the PFD bright enough to see though, please. We're on the localizer, lock star. Approach is on to the glide slope. 160 knots, good speed to intercept. There's the runway. Glorious. No, 4 prawns was quite right. Thank you, 4 prawns. I had forgotten to start the recording, so yeah, there we go. I don't like to start it too early because obviously drains a bit of heated resources. So let's see if this whole break to vacate works. That's what I'm excited. It even tells us there, look, runway 21 in section Bravo. Love it. Look at the way the reflections actually go up on this panel here. Amazing.
Lufthansa 1 Whiskey, confirm you are on the Nemgu arrival for runway, Nemgu 3 Charlie arrival for runway 21.
7 miles to go.
Lufthansa 1 Whiskey, I'm number 4 for
Number 4, everyone's arriving. I love
correct, but are you on the arrival now? Are you proceeding to waypoint Eknom, Echo Kilo, November, Oscar, Mike?
Please repeat the direct.
It's not the direct. You're supposed to be on the arrival now, heading to waypoint Eknom, Echo Kilo, November, Oscar, Mike.
No, this is 2020. Right, get out. Arm the spoilers. Flaps 3.
Okay, Lufthansa 1 Whiskey, let's make it vectors for the approach.
Just get the airplane slowing down now.
Go right.
Got the go around altitude in already.
JMC 2 for Mike Charlie, confirm able, waypoint Beckett.
Glide step star, going altitude's in, and it's white, which is the more modern way. And flaps full.
My next waypoint on the approach is Beckett, JMC 2 for Mike Charlie.
JMC 2 for Mike Charlie, thank you. Turn right direct to Beckett and descend 2,500
and we've got a ludicrously slow approach speed of 140 knots.
And the ILS Tula procedure.
So slow.
Approach.
Late speed to the air. Glad you're enjoying it.
I can turn right direct to Beckett, descending to 2,500.
Right, that's us then.
ILS Zulu.
Next step is to land.
21.
Wind from the left. Just need to get clearance. Oh, and landing checklist.
Landing checklist.
Check's complete. It's effectively just a landing memo. 78 would give you a warning if you didn't do it though.
With 17101.
Santa 24, wind is 110 at 6, runway 21, clear to land after landing, vacate to your left.
Clear to land, runway 21 after landing, vacate to the left, center 24, thank you. That's perfect, that's what we want to do, that's what we're set up for. Zoom in. I love this, this is incredibly distracting, but it's pretty cool to see. See the different stop points and so on. Right, checklist is complete, we're clear to land, the airplane's configured. Look at that glorious machine, love it. Love that the gear tilts as well like that, it's like the real thing.
November departure route, initial climb on the departure 4000, squawk 0311.
Speeds look sensible. Now we just need to be a little bit careful about the old nose pitching up, which it does in this.
November, initial climb 4,000 feet and squawk 0311.
Just made it for sunset. Put the wing lights on as well.
Call for push and start.
We'll go Finner 7 off on Mike.
Right, now I don't have much experience of landing this airplane, that's my excuse. It's far too late though, 600 feet, ignore that. Autopilot off.
West Malta, continue approach. Expect late clearance, proceeding traffic 5 miles.
Continue approach, expecting late clearance with 10101.
100 above.
Yeah, we were pretty slow there. I hope that hasn't ruined everyone's day.
Descend 3,500
Just going to keep it steady on that glide slope. The pappies don't quite line up.
Minimum.
It does feel unnaturally pitchy. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh, like that.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
There's touchdown. Oh, actually keep it on the centre line, please. And now it shouldn't do much in terms of braking until we get a bit closer in. So I'm hoping the brake to vacate will kick in. There it goes. Excellent. Not a great landing, a little bit wonky, but there we go. We have made it down. And we've made Bravo. We'll knock out the brakes. Forward out. Now we heard it's very slippery, so we need to be a little bit careful here. Reverse is not automatic, just the brakes were. So let's get it right down under control.
Alpine Airline 62 Charlie uniform, you're cleared for the Nepix 3 Charlie arrival for
I think it's okay. I think we're going to do it.
Flight 100.
There we go.
It's
Fantastic.
Nepix,
What a machine to bring in here.
Ready to sending down, everyone.
Yeah, it's very pitchy on the landing, which does make it a little bit distracting to try and do it. So that's definitely a little bit wonky. We wanted to be a little close to the centre line than that, ideally, in a 380 in an airport like this. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to slip around like the 320 did earlier. But here we go.
Malta 101, clear to land.
They can land.
Clear to land, runway 1921.
Awesome.
With 101.
Speed brakes away. Flaps up. Although I'm going to leave the flaps out for the replay, of course.
Center 24, welcome to Health Correction to Rovaniemi, Texas, straight in park, stand 7.
Thank you, straight in, stand 7, Santa 24. Thank you so much for your help. Have a great evening.
You too, bye-bye.
Awesome. Excellent controller, doing a fantastic job there. Stand 7. I will actually try and park there, as they've so kindly done it. So there you go, we made it. Thank you all so much for coming along on the flight. Replay coming very shortly, if I can just find stand 7. It might have been that one. Ooh, not very clear. I think we'll just go right here and park. Probably that there. Thanks, Dougal. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm going to leave everything on, just set up for the replay. But thank you to those flying along as well. Can we see anyone landing behind us just before we disappear? There's the Wizz Air. Next one coming in there. Controller's doing a fantastic job with a lot of aeroplanes around. Just shows you the ridiculous size of this machine. Let's just get ourselves out of the way.
Malta 101, make it to your left and report.
Like to the left.
Get ourselves over that line.
101.
Done. Brake set.
Runway vacated with Malta 101.
Right.
With Malta 101, welcome to Rovaniemi, to right on Tango and park.
There we go. Now I'm going to stop recording. Thank you so much to Vaxim and the controllers. We'll just disconnect from that. Thank you to those flying along as well. Awesome. I think that might be JMC coming in there. Just disconnect. And let's go to the replay. We're going to have to relive that landing. I got a little bit distracted over the pitchiness, which definitely detracted from the centre line tracking there. Ooh. Big freeze up from my computer. I think we've recovered. Big freeze up on my computer. I'm not sure if anyone heard me there, but yeah, a little bit distracted by the pitchiness, which did not make the prettiest landing. I'm curious to see how close to the edge those tyres got. I reckon pretty close. That probably been a go around in real life. Oh well, actually, not so bad. Not so bad. Not saying that it's good landing by any means, but a little more room on those tyres than I thought. Ooh, my computer does not like this at all. There you go. I'm trying to. You can see me just bring that wing round. Bit of rudder there, and dunk. And it needed quite a bit of rudder there. That's what happens if you don't land with it lined up properly. Shows you how wide these runways are. That's quite remarkable. And then we sort of got it back. It's a pretty serious runway actually. Taxiways are small, but the runway's pretty big. Military airports tend to have pretty large runways for their sort of transport aircraft. If you are watching and have enjoyed, do please leave a like on the way out. Let's see. Do we need to see it again? Let's see it once more. Why not, as we're here? I'll release the parking brake to stop the airplane complaining. So you can see that up and down. Love those ailerons. Look at that. Amazing. And dunk. Fine. Keep it on the runway, please. And then in it came for a stop. Awesome. Love it. Thank you so much to Fly-by-Wire for creating this thing for us to enjoy. It's an absolute dream. So I think about there. I think we'll go to the wing view. And I am now going to do our traditional ending. So thank you so much to everyone for coming along. It's, again, apologies for it being so long since our last stream. Really appreciate you all joining us today. There will be more streams. I want to get the streaming back into regular regular sort of mode as opposed to twice a year. So more streams to come. Got more airplanes to do. Got a 90,000 subscriber special to do. And yeah, plenty more videos to come, of course, in Flight Simulator 2024. We will stream that. I need to find out what airplane you want me to stream in that as well. And yeah, lots more fun to be had. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate the support and the enthusiasm from you all. It's what keeps me coming back to this channel, and it's what drove me to make sure I got this stream in. There'll be more to come. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for watching. Thank you for just hanging along at home. If you enjoyed it, I really appreciate it. Thanks for those who flew along. Thanks for those who so kindly contributed to the super chats to the channel. Really appreciate it. And of course, thanks to the moderators for keeping us all safe and looking after us. That's it for now. I don't think there'll be another live stream before Christmas. It's unlikely. But so in that case, obviously, Merry Christmas to you all. Happy holidays if you're not celebrating Christmas, but I hope you have a great time, and we'll see you all again on the other side. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Do keep safe and well. We'll see you again soon. Bye bye.